Hello, hello, hello. Someone reacted to my Discord message, then quickly unreacted. I saw that, whoever did that. Okay, I'm very confused because the recorded games I have are in 2 parts, and they also don't say the player names. So I don't know what's going on. Hello, 11. Also, I may soon have an updated overlay. I'm going to be combining the YouTube and Twitch chats. Oh my gosh, it's Donut! Hello, Donut! Good morning, presumably. How are you doing? Oh no, you have ads. Apologies for the ads. Yeah, I'm gonna get the YouTube and the Twitch chat combined, and I'm hopefully gonna have them combined in OBS. It's like, no YouTube. So we're gonna have the Vill's Gambit versus Mr. Bunny. I need to tag them in the Discord. I don't know how Mr. Bunny. I don't see the Vill's Gambit. I'll give him a tag on Discord, let him know that I'm streaming this, and then we'll have the VOD posted at least later on for anyone who wants to watch the VOD. And ad should be just about done, and then we'll start. Oh, and 11, thank you for gifting a sub to Donut, so that she doesn't have to watch the ads. It'd be lovely if we could get back to 200 or so subs. I think that's a pretty healthy number for us. So usually December or January, viewership picks up a bit, especially if I can pump some YouTube content out. Need to finish casting these, then finish maps, and then it's YouTube time. Alright, so ad break is over. Welcome everyone on Twitch. We're going to cast the Prince League. We have the Vill's Gambit versus Mr. Bunny. If anyone's in the Stronghold Frenzy Discord and knows the Vill Gambit's Discord account, please tag them. I found Mr. Bunny, but I couldn't autocomplete any of the words in the Vill's Gambit's name. You went to just DM Donut some ads and you accidentally gifted her a sub. That's okay, she's a lovely person, she can get a sub. At Sea Lava, I hope you're accurate there. Here's the player tag. Oh yeah, it's in the... That is in the icon. Gotcha. Thank you, thank you. And then now Donut can do our lovely Teutonic Night Dance. Very appropriate, because I was in the German folk dance club when I was in high school. So this league, the ELOs are 1358 to 1466. And we're gonna get rolling with this. Game number 1 will be on the lovely map of Treasure Beach. Game 1. It's a German folk dance club. We did the Schuhplattler. Let me just set up capture age real quick to say this is the Prince League. And alright, also welcome everyone in from YouTube. If you want to watch in 4K. We'll have Mr. Bunny in the red as the Koreans against the Vils Gambit in the purple as the Slavs. Looking through the Recs, they go red versus purple for every single game, so we need to make a decision. What colors are we going to use? And hello, UP. Here, Mr. Bunny's in the chat. Do you have a color other than red that goes well with purple you would like to use? Otherwise, I'll put Vils Gambit in blue, I think. So, Korean Slavs. Okay, this is the finals, Prince League. Again, I think these players are around mid-1400s, so we're going up in ELO. Orange. Yellow, obviously. Cyan is your favorite color, but IDK about colorblind people. Okay. I kind of like cyan versus purple as colors. If you say cyan's your favorite, we'll go cyan. Hello, Kramers. Okay, this is actually one of my favorite color matchups. I think it's really pretty. Cyan versus purple. It's a good color scheme. So, I wonder at what level people start taking the boars and go for that quadruple boar lore. As for the Rage Forest players, this is simple, but even in the Pro League, we saw some people losing Vils in disaster pieces. Even just going to build docks on this map, we saw some disasters. It's your map. Ooh, UP. Let me know, do you personally, when playing this map, what do you do with the boars? Do you try to lure them? Or do they eat your Vil to death? That's a good point. If you are the map creator, you have to be capable of doing all the tricks that your map has, right? You ignore them. Perfect. You're like, all these crocodiles, they can kill everyone else. I'm keeping my Vil safe. Let's see, we have a... Ooh, okay, I thought there was a Vil for a second. It's just a turkey on the mini-map. These players aren't going out for them either. I guess we'll just do what I've been doing. We'll fast forward through the Dark Age. We'll see if we can maybe get 2 or 3 leagues casted tonight. It's only 6 p.m., so I have a good few hours to cast. I just ate some food. Like a true American, I had a cheeseburger. So I'm fueled and ready to go. I don't think I want to do any more coffee this late, but we shall power through this. Went for boar. See, the boar is out there. I don't see any dead Vils yet. I'm gonna see. Oh, there we go. Okay. Vill's gonna go mill the boar. Not gonna try to lure them in, though. Not gonna try to lure them in. So, barracks for the Vils Gambit, and the Vils Gambit will be adding in a militia, maybe going for men-at-arms. And, ooh, there is a bit of an overchop here for Mr. Bunny, maybe opening up the wood line to some men-at-arms raiding. Third militia and men-at-arms milling the shorefish. Both players going for the mill, no docks. No docks from anyone, but mill on the outside. And Mr. Bunny doing the good old palisade wall the hole so that the hunt doesn't run outside and you can hunt everything on the inside. I like that. And then, ooh, there was almost a hole, but the Vil walls it up in time. And the men-at-arms and scout will be forward for the Vils Gambit as a double-wood axe comes in. Now, I have no idea what the meta is at the high level, whether it's men-at-arms. We have seen men-at-arms kill villagers on the outside and win games. We've also seen fast castles work. We've seen docks, we've seen skipping docks, we've seen forward dock galleys. Name it and you've seen it on the map. And you can just walk around, but you do put yourself at the mercy of the sea tower in doing so. You could stand atop the bridge and destroy the sea tower. Oh, wait, there is a man-at-arms inside. Man-at-arms inside. But it does go down to the Vil. And these men-at-arms should be walled out. Oh, more men-at-arms. The Vils Gambit has continued. Forward range following this up. And hello, Miss Luna Rain. Went for boar but failed, or might be previous set. Oh, how did that boar get out there? How did that boar get out there? Is there like some nilly pathing? Did it just walk out there when you walked in? Maybe it did. I was gonna say, that's some nilly pathing hit. Teleported through the fence. I'm gonna assume it was outside though. So archery range going up, and a couple of tiles of palisade just to ensure nothing gets by the sea tower. Making sure the bridge is secured. And defensive range coming up for Mr. Bunny. We'll see maybe some skirmishers pop out. No gold being taken yet. You almost want to chop that straggler tree before doing a mining camp. And they'll keep hacking and whacking their way on through those houses, forcing some repairs. So 4 vills worth of idle time repairing. That's a good amount of idle time. And a few archers coming out from the Vill's Gambit. Over here, nothing being taken from the fenced area. You can, of course, just kind of ignore that. Then move out later and build a TC in the enclosure. Delete all the fences and do a TC. Take all the hunt when you get up to the castle age. Archer comes out, chases another archer as a man-at-arms comes over. Ooh, the archer goes down. Hope you're having a fantastic evening. Hello there, Major Blazer 420. Welcome into the chat on this fine evening. It was actually rather warm outside. It was 53 degrees earlier. It started raining, but I had a nice little trip outside today, which is rare this late in November, that the weather is so pleasant. But oh no, the men-at-arms found the boar. These 1 HP fences do not provide any security at all, and they are in. The men-at-arms are over on the boar villagers. And remember, men-at-arms are faster than villagers, 0.96 to 0.8. And now Mr. Bunny needs to hope Nilly's here to protect the villagers. As all 3 might go down, there's 1. Oh, 1 might get away. This one will get trapped along the coast. And that's 2 down. And all in all, this is 6-0 Eco KD for the Vill's Gambit. A few archers coming forward still in the fight. Extra support for the rodent because I was briefly confused by Scout and Men-at-Arms coming forward for the Vill's Gambit, as surely that play would involve villagers. Who knows, maybe in future maps Vill's Gambit will send Vills forward. And those palisades going down, but I don't think the men-at-arms will have much room within the base to hoover, with the town center being so close to all of the vills. They are so far denied entry, but still can attack. Ooh, and this is danger if they get through this gate. Ooh, just closes in time. And as the house goes down, a few men-at-arms and skirms continue pushing in. Castle Age on the way for Mr. Bunny, so Mr. Bunny will be up. And the Vill's Gambit continuing the gambit, keeping the pressure up, dying a bit to the TC. And we're going to have 1, 2, 3 triple ranges from Mr. Bunny. The Koreans will get that free armor and the wood discount for the skirms and crossbows. Whatever our Bunny's heart desires to go for. And on the other side, the men-at-arms have taken down the sea tower and are trying to push through. Still 6-0 Eco KD, and Vill's Gambit is up by 1,000 resources collected. Sending some Vills, ooh, that's cute, walking across the bridge. I like that get across the bridge. Down over here to the enclosure area. And there we have Mr. Bunny up to the castle age. Skirmore, because what's the AoE2 without a Skirmore? Elite Skirm, Crossbow, and Bodkin, all gonna come in for the Ville's Gambit. I mean, all gonna come in for Mr. Bunny, and Mr. Bunny will try to use that Castle Age advantage now as the Ville's Gambit, soon to click up, floating a good bit of gold, doesn't have a market to rebalance everything. And now a mill for the hunt, but much later on. The later the hunt, I feel, the less impactful it is, but still good to collect it as much as you can. Second TC for Mr. Bunny, and 12-volt advantage for the Ville's Gambit. Some of that will disappear as Castle comes in. And I'm not actually sure who has an advantage here. Mr. Bunny at least has an up timing for pumping out army. Does this look like a Pokemon stream? Should we get Pokemon mod for AoE 2? And forging on the way for the Ville's Gambit. Bunch of crossbows here coming forward for Mr. Bunny. Skirms accompanying them. And hello, Clown Eye and the Huntress. Welcome in. And longswords, let's go longswords. Oh, we've seen so many longswords. Is this what all the lower elo players are doing these days? Longswords? Does that counter Skirm crossbow? I think you need to get Gambesons at the very least, which is in. Okay, Slavs get that for free, right? Yeah. Then armor. Cav armor, is that a misclick? Oh no, we have a stable. We have a stable, okay, okay. The Ville's Gambit trying to figure out a unit composition now. I think you were first? I didn't see a chat message from you. Maybe you were here earlier, though. But just lurking. Mountain Monk counters everything. Ooh, longswords in the eco, longswords in the eco. They got to the rear and they're fighting the crossbows. Oh, Mr. Bunny losing crossbows to longswords. That is painful. Crossbow numbers going down. There's a skirm there too. I said, oh, you seen the longbows, don't forget about me. Okay, third TC though for Mr. Bunny, who's caught up in Vills quite a bit. And still has an army hoovering around in the back with a score lead. Need to look at your idle TC. 7 whole minutes and counting. Maybe YouTube didn't send it. I don't see anything. I think the unit composition is skirm. You can see that a lot these days. Part of me feels like instead of making the stable swap with Bloodlines, we could have simply had infantry armor and 2 more barracks and be pumping longswords. He lost a ranked game because AoE2DE detected tampering. I've been kicked out of the scenario editor for that before. Why you would ever try to detect tampering in the scenario editor of all places is beyond me. But I don't know what that error is, although I have seen it. In cases where players definitely are not tampering, too. Good crossbow numbers for Mr. Bunny. I'm going to be distracted a bit by that range. Both players with the same 95 pop housing space, but one of them is housed. And population for Bunny is climbing. Squirm army about to break in. 8 knights. Is that enough, though, with a forward workshop? Maybe you go for 12 or so knights, then try to fight this army and clear it? I think you do need, whatever composition, though, when you're fighting an archer army, you really do need +2 armor. It's going to be for the knights now. If the knights find that army on the hill, they could take a good fight, but aren't gonna see it. Oh, that's painful. If the Ville's Gambit had found that, the knights might have been able to clear that when they had the hill advantage. Now the army's gonna group up, and that is a much more difficult fight for the Ville's Gambit. Ballistic's on the way too, and I think the Ville's Gambit might have just missed an opportunity to clear good army numbers. Is no one doing anything? People are booming up. People are booming up. AoE is hard. I think that's the answer. And oh, the crossbows are lining up. The scorpions were only slightly farther to the side. Okay, I'm liking the scorpion bolts that are landing, but I don't know if it's enough. I think that maybe this army is a bit too large. Ville's Gambit taking a decent fight, all things considered, to push the army back, but I don't think that fight's going to be a winning fight. Now spread formation for the scorpion bolt. Thumb ring just came in, and Mr. Bunny will keep pushing. Knights come over. They're again gonna try to take the hill. The size of this army's going down. Another scorpion getting a few bolts in. All those scorpion bolts are adding up over time, but it's not fast enough for the knights. Not fast enough. A couple of crossbows here and there go down, but they are much cheaper to replace than are the knights. And the KD are similar, but the knights are more expensive losses. So res collected, slight lead for Mr. Bunny, 800 more resources. And the crossbows keep moving forward. And cannon ensemble. Thank you for the follow. An ensemble of cannons. Or an ensemble of cannon. I like that as a collective noun. Yay, one of the pro players just messaged me their Stronghold Frenzy invoice. I'll handle that after the stream tonight. Hello. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Miss Luna Rain. Sometimes, now we're in the battle phase. But sometimes games do kind of have a distinct battle boom phase. Not necessarily even lower elo ones, as high-level games have that phase too. But it can definitely be harder to control your army and have a plan for how to use it at the low elo ones, and I think that can contribute to that phasedness, as you say. And here the army cleaned up. Idle TC is a little rough. Mr. Bunny can relax, though, with the fact he's trying to keep 3 TCs running. So you can maybe divide that by 3 and have less than 6 minutes of idle TC time if you do it on a per TC basis. Oh, galley in the back. I like that. I'm gonna force another mining camp at least on a more interior gold as that crocodile comes over. As a Stronghold Frenzy League, this is the community leagues for the Stronghold Frenzy tournament we've been running. We have a bunch of ELO brackets, and we're working our way up towards the top. This is the 1400 thereabouts bracket. Crossbow's destroying some houses as Imp comes in now for Mr. Bunny. Koreans upon Imp will receive their final free armor upgrade. And we'll have Scale Mail Armor 2. That can be for Halbs. That can be for Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers these days, the Koreans have them, and they of course do have their wood discount, minus 50%. Yeah, this is a bunch of clown maps for the arena clowns. So Ville's Gambit selling some food. This is felt like a back and forth game in terms of the army numbers. Even though Mr. Bunny has a much larger eco, you can look at the idle TC time all you want. But the Ville numbers are there, is the Ville's Gambit has stayed on 1 TC the entire time. Now that is the way to play clown maps usually. But hasn't quite been able to make it work, even with a better KD. Now the question is, can the mangonels get shots before Imp comes in? They really need shots on the bulk of the crossbows, preferably from atop a hill. All the crossbows are running, that'll force Mr. Bunny back into his base. And give more map control for the Ville's Gambit. I mean, he has to keep running, it's bunching up, and now taking a big mangonel shot on the hill. Okay, that's what the Ville's Gambit wanted. Okay, that was a huge mangonel shot. Remember when that KD was 80 to 80 like 5 seconds ago? Well, there are the crossbows now, trying to hide by the TC. Mangonels keep coming forward. Oh, the Ville's Gambit still is super far behind. 40 Villes and an age down. With mangonels go down though, those bracer crossbows. Adept at destroying mangonels. As an ensemble of crossbowmen now will walk forward and try to take the hill. Out here, just a lumber camp, no extra TCs, and we will have forward stables, outposts and forward stables for Mr. Bunny, looking to start raiding now. Greens don't have the best stable line, no bloodlines, no final armor. And then they do have hussars though. They have horrible hussars, but have them nevertheless. You did make a trade cart. You did make a trade cart. Let's go. Now you gotta go trade with it. Now you gotta make it pay off. And Ville's Gambit might move forward. Nope. Let me allow some chat messages. There we go. That is a compliment, Automod. What are you doing? I need to add clown to the list of approved terms, I think, somehow. Thank you, Cathodan, for the follow. Trade wins. Yeah, you can tell Mr. Bunny's in the lead because he's able to start trade earlier. Now, one more raid from the Vill's Gambit. I love how the Vill's Gambit is still finding ways to take fights and do damage despite being so far down. This is a game where I feel if the Vill's Gambit have ever managed to add in 1 or 2 TCs and kept the eco up, then they'd probably be still in a competitive spot. It still feels like they're doing damage. Mr. Bunny hasn't quite found a way to push in yet, but yeah, there's the GG. Military numbers have gone down. It's now 89 to 17 military. And maybe Mr. Bunny needed a bit more siege in that push. Could have maybe pushed faster. There's a 1-0 lead. Trade Cog won it, yeah. What is the trade profit, though? Better KD for the Vill's Gambit. Well, much better economy for Mr. Bunny. And trade profit, ooh, didn't get any trade profit, though. Game ended too early for trade profit. Okay. So, in OBS, that's 1-0 for Mr. Bunny. Winning on Treasure Beach. And the next map will be Velchins. I have to get some sleep. Alright. Have a good sleep. And the VOD will be on YouTube if you want to watch it tomorrow. Or on Twitch too, but I think the YouTube player is far superior for VODs. Let me just reply it to Syscon. Thanks. We'll look at it after stream. Right, game number 2. And we shall continue with Mr. Bunny in the lovely cyan color. So, Velchins, the Vill's Gambit. Lost game number 1, but still felt like a pretty competitive game. Again, these players are around 1400. It was mid-13 to mid-1400 ELO range for this league. And we'll have the Vill's Gambit's turn to play the Koreans to the southwest against Mr. Bunny as the Portuguese. We'll put him in the cyan, playing to the northeast, as his scout will run forward into the middle. And we'll have him heading out towards a lumber camp. And Wolf on the inside, not going to do much. He'll coming forward for the Vill's Gambit, as the name might imply. And we'll have a bit of a scout fight, as the Vil will come forward and look to join in. Mr. Bunny, not one to be taken off guard by a villager, will turn around and run back. As the Vil comes forward, maybe looking for another wall, but perhaps an opportunity to use the wolf for Mr. Bunny, trying to lure the Vil into it. Or running his own Vil into it. That is the opposite of what I was suggesting. Portuguese fast imp for Toria, that would be daring. And Loom here, ooh, might not get to fast imp if your opponent is drushing you. More HP now for Mr. Bunny on the scout, as Mr. Bunny's Vil will take the foxes. Quite a few foxes there. But the loomed Vils will come forward, and the boar decided it was going to walk around the walls and go to the middle. Oh no, the horror. The horror. And some more fighting Vils will have to come to the middle. Vils getting ready to fight. As the scout gets poked down. And low HP Vil wants to run. This is again one of those situations. If you play Rage Forest, then you will be well versed in the art of villager combat. Feudal Age on the way first for Mr. Bunny, so this time Mr. Bunny will be the first one up. How can he sleep while playing? Sleep playing. So House will be in the forward area for the Ville's Gambit. Doesn't look like he wants to give this region up. It's the Arabia Hamster Group. Well, so far we've had a couple of aggressive Feudal Age. Well, this isn't even Feudal Age. Aggressive Dark Age games. The first one was feudal aggression with men-at-arms. Here we have aggressive Dark Age villagers. Hunting foxes, hunting hares, building gates. And now, upon reaching feudal, what will Mr. Bunny do? Doesn't look to have the food for a fast castle. And we'll do just a stable. Has a barracks already as part of a wall. We'll be walling off with a blacksmith then. The farmers, the berry villagers, they are going to help stare at the stable. There they go. Now they'll help have it go up. And another cow taken for the Ville's Gambit, who is just up to feudal but doesn't have the quick food eco. I'm just looking around for more hunt. There isn't any. Don't think he has the food eco to pull off a fast castle. Maybe some hares in the middle, but that's not much food. It will be a market. Maybe if he sells stone and buys his way up. That is pretty hard on the economy, though. And there is some stone spent. Was that on outposts? It's on stone walls. Stone walls on one side. Keep himself safe. As both players will be walling up all the passages. Don't want to be surprised, although this is still open along the edge of the map for Mr. Bunny. He better hope nothing eventually runs through there. Maybe he's sending a Vil to fill the hole? Oh, he is. He's going to fill the hole. Alright, stream sniping in the wreck. Castle Age is in. Alright, so it was a bit of market usage. Selling stone, selling wood, selling food after buying food. Oh no. Some back and forth market usage. But it will at least give the Ville's Gambit a Castle Age. Yeah. Not much stone to do a castle drop for war wagons. I think I'd probably speed this up then. We've had our fill of Vil fights, and the players have decided just to boom for now. There is scale mail armor though, so maybe this will be a Fire Lancer push from this forward barracks. As we discussed last game, the discount, the wood discount applies to infantry, including the Fire Lancer. And that'll indeed be a forward workshop, backing up the Fire Lancer's defensive workshop triggered immediately from Mr. Bunny. Hello, Sir Baron. Hope you had a lovely stream today. I saw you were streaming. And Lons Looters. Fire Lancers are way too OP. This could be a Fire Lancer Siege Tower masterpiece, like we saw in that TTL game. And it'll be a rocket cart. It'll be a rocket cart. We'll keep the Fire Lancers at bay for now. As there'll be another forward barracks. Bit of a hill here for the Mangonel to work with. That stable there has me curious. Presumably for picking off siege, but ooh. Poor hare. But also dangerous to use cav in the presence of the fire lancers. Definitely want to use the siege to deter the lancers. Yeah, the siege towers did get a bit ridiculous. It went from fun occasional meme with Gebettos to fairly standard and meta play. And I don't think a monk rush should be stopped entirely by a siege tower. Mangonel from the hill gets a rocket cart. Nice pick off there for Mr. Bunny. Oh, yes, your Ville's Gambit. Nice. I tried to tag you in the Discord. Mr. Bunny told me your profile. Okay, Fire Lancer's getting Mangonelled. So far, so good. Pretty even game. Mangonel takes out another rocket cart, though. Mr. Bunny's Mangonel usage has been coming out on top so far. Oh, Mangonel, what the heck was that? That was an attack round. That might cost the Mangonels. TC going to Garrison. And not going to go for the Mangonels, just get a Ville. Ooh, that Mangonel could get a parting shot. Ooh, nice dodge. And Fire Lancers, if they close the distance, maybe they can destroy the Mangonels. Let me know if the chat's still fine in OBS. Or on Twitch, because it just says, OBS just told me that I reconnected to the chat room. And will this Mangonel go down? Repair is not in time. The other Mangonel nearby, that village is standing idled. And the Fire Lancers will leave that Ville alone. So with 2 TCs, Mr. Bunny has faced some pressure, but managed to boom behind it. Get out to a Ville lead, if not yet an eco lead. Ville's Gambit still ahead in economy. And wants to push forward with more rocket carts as that boar. Oh no, Mr. Bunny is not taking the boar as the map comes with a built-in funnel and the boar is walking back and forth from one side to the other. That is actually really funny. Oh, there it goes, it's gonna go back. Oh, could it be hit by the Mangonel if the Mangonel goes for a rocket cart? That could actually stop a Mangonel shot if the Mangonel right-clicks the boar accidentally. Mangonel destroys the rocket cart. And the Fire Lancers, we'll see, they want to run in. Can they get anything? This is walled off in the back towards the town center. Might need another house to stop them from hoovering on in. But not much they can hit. I think Mr. Bunny has really done a great job with walling up his base and ensuring there's not much room for the Fire Lancers, despite their being in, to do damage. And hello, Epic Sea Dragon, how are you? And Fire Lancers on a Mangonel. Fire Lancers also under the TC taking some fire. And they'll get the next Mangonel. Okay. goes down as the Fire Lancers are poking, and this is looking better and better for the Ville's Gambit so far, especially if that workshop goes down. Mr. Bunny's struggling. And hello, Kai World. Welcome to the late stream. As there's a workshop down, market on the way up, double monastery monks. Is there any redemption? Not yet, no sanctity, no monk upgrades at all. Gonna be a while before they're useful. Our Lancers will go push the monks back, kill at least one of them. Maybe get the next one. Played team games today? Nice. I've heard the team game queue is kind of broken. I haven't tried it myself that much recently, but I've seen Reddit inundated with posts about the matchmaking flaws. So market goes up for Mr. Bunny. And this is going to be a forward castle from the Ville's Gambit. Okay, okay, let's go forward castle. Knight goes down. Answer, we want to kill the Mangonel. Mangonel goes down. And the castle goes up as the Villes have to run a bit. And, well, I think this is the Ville's Gambit gonna win up to Imp, too. And a very impressive Castle Age push. I thought some of those Mangonels from Mr. Bunny were gonna allow him to hold. But you can continue pushing, kept right on up with the pressure. And now have a good villager lead despite the extra TC and boom. And Mr. Bunny lost quite a few vills, 27-1 Eco KD from all those raids. And Bowsaw on the way up. Bill's long distance mining your opponent's gold. Oh, what a show of dominance. Long distance gold mine. That boar is still there on the opposite side of the wall. Still getting funneled back and forth. Might be GG once Imp comes in, as those Fire Lancers cannot be stopped. This thing, I have no idea, honestly, what to do against the Fire Lancer. It beats everything. So there is Redemption and Stone Shaft Mining. 2 upgrades on the way. Part of me still thinks this will be an Imp GG. There's the first Redemption. And a monk on the way out. Some vills on the oysters on the outside. At least the vill counts for Mr. Bunny are still similar. There's Imp. Mangonel and Cart clear each other. Mr. Bunny's gonna try to hold on. Alright, there's Stone Shaft Mining. Fire Lancers now, they don't care about that TC fire. They will simply stand there and massacre these vills. 31-1 Eco KD. And Trebuchet out. Trebuchet will make short work of the town center. And there it goes. It's not sudden death, so the vills can run, but their migration is being tracked. And there are Vills running around, and there's the GG. That ties it up. The Vills Gambit with the Fire Lancers. Does it 68 to 36. It's 11 to 1. Buildings raised, and even has more resources by the end. More Vills too. So that will tie it up 1 to 1. Oop, wrong map. I'm so used to the map being at a certain spot in the UI that I clicked the wrong one. Alright, I'm just going to give a minute for the ad to finish, then we'll get into game number 3. Ooh, and this ought to be a good one because it looks like it will be on Sardis. Grab some more water during the ad, and then we'll get into game 3. Alright. And it should be Sardis now. Our masterful Saracens map. And once more, Mr. Bunny shall be cyan. So, purple Hindustanis saying hello to us against cyan Saracens. And what are we going to see here? We're going to see mercenary peltasts from the Saracens. Late game Hindustanis are interesting against the Saracens. Their imp camels should beat both Saracen camels and Mamluks. We have stream. We will. They can predict the future. Oh, everyone say hi back to Mr. Bunny. Say hi to Mr. Bunny in the chat. He went to bed already. Say hello. So as we've seen throughout the tournament, Saracens have an attack bonus that applies to the mercenary peltast against buildings, so they break out first. Hindustanis, I was saying, I think the woodline probably shouldn't be able to do this. That's awkward. Yeah, Hindustanis probably can go imp camel in the late game and have something good against both Saracen camels and Mamluks, because Mamluks do not have an attack bonus against camels, only against cav. Usually imp camel is a hard counter. But then you can see maybe just Arb from the Saracens. Hindustanis is all about booming with that Vil discount, but you're not gonna have a discount if you give up the middle. Or I mean, you will have a discount, you just won't be able to put it to good use if you don't have all that extra food from the middle. And freedom here for Mr. Bunny. And here come peltasts. For a second, I almost called them berserks because they kind of looked like that with their capes. My mind had to think for a minute about what the unit was. But nothing they really can get done, just poke and proud along the wall. Hit the outposts as we'll have a full trade workshop control play from Mr. Bunny. And then, in all likelihood, a full boom from the Vil's Gambit. Camels have their own armor class. They don't have the cavalry armor class, so they don't take any anti-cav damage. It's not that they resist it, it's that they don't take it. They're not considered, or they do not have the cav armor class. So villager doing some outposts. So far, no breaking through to the other side on the walls of the Ville's Gambit for Mr. Bunny. Staying content to patrol. Hello, adjective noun. Camels have bonus against other camels? I believe so, but not as large as they do against Cav. It's not the same. So, booming all the way for the Ville's Gambit. And we're going to have 1, 2, 3, and now 4 TCs for Mr. Bunny as the Saracens. That is a boom as he looks to wall this in. Yeah, and you must have used Saracens already. So, I don't know what to do against them. I think Hindustanis are an interesting choice to go against Saracens. Shiitake hand cannons feel good too. Camels actually take less bonus damage from spears? Yes. Because they don't have the Cav armor class, but spears themselves have an attack bonus against camels. No spears out there. You can see if I click on a camel. Only camel, not Cav. So 5 TCs from Mr. Bunny, really booming. So I have a fighting chance to get to late game. Yes, I mean, some civs we have seen successfully fight Saracens. But it certainly is a tall task. Yeah, and he can take either playstyle. And he doesn't need to push. He holds the middle workshop. About something that happens after, okay. Now I'm intrigued. What will happen after? And hello, proper noun. You're here now in your formal form. Well, welcome, welcome. So, a bit of walling for Mr. Bunny too, trying to wall in the Ville's Gambit, or at least wall in the area near the castle. Couple of petards will get through that, and here comes some camels. But Imp now is on the way for Mr. Bunny, as well as Bracer. And here come the petards through the wall. Fortified wall, so you need 3 petards. It's almost down though, no repair vills. As that goes down, and the camels go through. And how do camels do against mercenary peltasts? Down everything goes. And now bloodlines for Mr. Bunny as he's about to be up to Imp. A 5k res collected our difference. Any map scripter know how you fix this map? I think the way to do it is remove the Greek units and then probably have 5 trade posts split out in the middle, each of which gives fewer total resources. Yeah, purple could go for peltasts, but so far has chosen not to do any of the Greek units. Ooh, nice raid on these vills. That vill difference isn't that big. This is a raid that could matter quite a bit. But the Mamluks will chase everything away here. And Mamluks trying to micro. Camels trying to kill vills. All in all, bit of a vill loss. 8-0 for Mr. Bunny. Well, vill counts are pretty similar, and Ville's Gambit's up to Imp. Up to Imp. Maybe this becomes a competitive game. If you can get a good uptime and get chemistry and get some bombard cannon out. Maybe do Shiitake. I forget, does Shiitake do anything to cannon? Just hand cannon yours +2 range, alright. Oh, Mr. Bunny has collected all the relics, and they played on standard victory. They played the wrong game mode. And now Mr. Bunny, with his map control and the relics, has started a timer. He has started a timer that they'll need to undo or eject a relic if it gets close. It's supposed to be conquest. And yeah, as you can see on the armor classes, only camel. So the camel to the Mamluk does +5 against camels, but notably does not do the +9 against cavalry, because the Mamluks do not have the cavalry armor class. Mamluks, though, still are strong, and if you give them the opportunity to be microed properly, will kill a bunch of camels. They do not practically counter Mamluks, at least in large numbers. It's always an it depends situation, right? Here we have elite Mamluk versus unupgraded camel. Elite Ghulam on the way. I would not think Ghulams are useful against the Mamluks. That is a good row of castles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in a row for Mr. Bunny. I'll keep that area secured. A couple of trebs now for the Ville's Gambit. Blast Furnace and Heavy Camel on the way. Castle besieged, but that's going to be a lot of castles that have to go down for this to work. And there's the GG, and Mr. Bunny takes a 2-1 lead. Alright, so military, 59-48, and better eco for Mr. Bunny. Saracen's OP. Everything and nothing counter Mamluks in a sine wave. Not even skirmishers have bonus damage against them anymore. Okay, 2-1 for Mr. Bunny. And the next map will be Ngome. I'll need to make sure the Rex I have work properly, but I think we're fine to start this one. Alright, so once more Mr. Bunny will be a Cyan. I'll have Lithuanians against Portuguese. Mr. Bunny apparently saving Lithuanians here for the final, and they have been the best civ on this map from what we've seen. Players hopefully remembering how it works so that they do the TC and then multiple TCs in the Dark Age you can add as a special feature of this map, not just one, but more than one additional TCs. We've seen Sicilians with a 5 TC boom on this map. But Lithuanians getting 100 food every time they build a TC is an insanely strong bonus for them at this stage. You of course have 7 relics on the neutral island, a ton of fish in the western corner. TC to the island for both players, and then the Nomad Star on the mainland. Mill, no dock, just the mill. Nice, peaceful, pleasant fishing mill. And yeah, here's that additional TC. Mr. Bunny able to add up. And loom, but feudal first for the Ville's Gambit. Taking the pond in the middle. I do think, like, more TCs. Okay, so house goes up. I do feel like more TCs in the Dark Age usually is the answer on this map. And Benanji, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone, we're casting the community leagues of the Stronghold Frenzies tournament. We're on the Prince League here. And players here are around 1,400. This was 13 to 1,400. Oh, there we go. Now we have some action now. We have some action. Finally, we're getting to the point where we have action, and what the action is a villager fight. The Vils Gambit living up to the username. As the Vils come forward to drop a castle on Mr. Bunny. Maybe a few more Vils need to come forward though, but alas, they are walled out. While this Vil fight was happening, Mr. Bunny comes forward to add in walls, but the walls don't have enough HP. The Vils should be able to break through them without issue. And the entire village being sent forward for the Vils Gambit, trying to break through the walls. The villagers are successful and they are in. More Vils coming forward from Mr. Bunny. Everyone going for the castle foundation. Mr. Bunny trying desperately to wall it in, doing a tower on the other side up to the castle age. Can't do a castle himself to counter. This is peak AoE. I was watching Doubt Vil fight on Black Forest the other night. This is what it's all about. There's a skill to this. You gotta dodge the arrows, protect the Vils, get the castle up, and it will go up. This is going up, there's no stopping this. Oh, Mr. Bunny did everything he could to deny it, walled the reinforcements out. Without the reinforcements, I think it's denied, but it's up. And the Vil counts are pretty equal, 12 to 12. More res for Mr. Bunny, but this is some very early pressure on the outside. What did it cost? Everything. It cost a lot, but this will also take out a tower, open a hole in the wall, and let more raids come in. Okay. You know, late game the Portuguese will have Vitórias, and as much as we have on this map seen that the player who controls all the wood on the western mainland is the player who tends to win the game, maybe Vitórias, if you build them on these islands where they're safe from the outside water, or the middle water, could win you the game in the long run. Get all the food from them, that is. Castle gonna try to break through the wall. And the organ guns come in. And they're gonna get on the wood line. Ooh. So a 20 Vil difference, but maybe the organ guns help even that up a bit. You need to watch out for the mangonel. It's an injured mangonel, but a mangonel nevertheless, and organ guns don't like fighting those. Ram comes out, Ram going for the workshop. Nothing here really can stop a mangonel though. Unless the Ram could ram it. Another Vil down. And this is absolute chaos here. 24 to 14 Eco KD. Vils here need a lumber camp. And we're gonna have another castle. That is risky with 3 mangonels hoovering about. I don't think that would go up. Castle drop on the outside too could be cool. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3 monasteries. The Portuguese really want to deny the relics. So 1, 2, 3 monasteries constructed outside of Mr. Bunny's base. Mangonels being torn down. Okay, that was a good mangonel. Only 1 defensive mangonel left. And organs can maybe destroy a mangonel. Look at all those bullets being very ineffective. It will eventually go down. I think at this point you just tank it and take it out. Yeah, there it goes. And now without a defensive mangonel, free reign to go for the Vils. But what is this on the other side? We're gonna have another castle drop from Mr. Bunny. Pat's going to be aiming for the northern TC of the Ville's Gambit, but the Ville's Gambit potentially can sense the castle drop in the darkness, hasn't even been placed yet. And can do his own castle in defense. I don't know, there's no like dock or anything that would have seen it, just anticipates the castle. There were knights there before? Yeah, that can explain stuff if you're hoovering around with knights. And Mr. Bunny's still up 98 to 58 villagers. Feels kind of like that first game again, where the Ville's Gambit is very much alive and in the game with military, but struggling with villagers. And there's a Mangonel that goes down. Is faith with Mr. Bunny this game? Yes, it is. The monk runs into the TC fire. Still no monk upgrades there. Oh, and here is the castle. Double castles up here. Knights in. This one will not be quite denied, although Fletching and Bodkin could have done it. Will at least be at a disadvantage in the castle war when some petards start popping out. So just barely holding now at home is Mr. Bunny, and with more vills on the mainland, this is where the main economy is, over here booming up. He's looking to carry this into this lead, take a 3-1 advantage with some of his castle drops and castle drop defense, buying as much possible time as he could to keep the vills here working. Delete. But he gets a monk, has to be careful of that castle, not to run into it. Castle fight. Don't see any petards yet. Do see Sanctity. Both players in castle, no one going up to imp in this game. Just castle age pushes. Alright, I do like to see those from these sets. Monks come in. Mangonels get a monk. Monk needs to get a conversion. 2 monks going for 1 Mangonel. They swap targets. They get 1 conversion. They get the second conversion. Both Mangonels converted. That ram push will be spotted. The Mangonels go after them. A spotted ram push. Is that an animal? Can rams ever have spots? Mangonels maybe getting a bit too far forward. Maybe need to attack ground on the wood line. They do at least get a vill. Get 2 vills. Get 3 vills. But still 122 to 69 vills. And that's a nice vill count, but only for Mr. Bunny, as he also is up to the Imperial Age. Are there relics on the right island? Yes, there are. Lithuanians sometimes want to prioritize grabbing them. Bit too chaotic for Mr. Bunny to do so on this map, however. Monks want conversions of the rams! Oh, you don't see that every day. Monks converting rams. Oh, the ram gonna body block the other one, but the TC takes out the monks. And that is a defensive castle. Meanwhile, over here, we have a ram push from Mr. Bunny going against this castle of the Ville's Gambit. Idled vills. And the ram push. Ram push on the way. I just check over here. An abandoned house. No Saracens ambush. Abandoned house. Here come the rams. Trying to path around this wall somehow. Where are they going? Okay, Mr. Bunny needs to remember he made a gate and then delete the gate so the rams can attack. Oh no, Mr. Bunny, delete your own gate. Delete your own walls here. And your rams can attack much more easily. You can always re-wall using the wood line later if you need to. Oh, that gate now feels so weird. Oh wait, we have another castle. So castle drops everywhere. These castles, romantic. There's only 1 tile between them. Oh, the garrison chock full of hills. And this castle, after taking out 1 TC, will go for the other one. Imp now on the way for Mr. Bunny. Yeah, this map has been a lot of fun to cast. We've seen some chaotic games. But Vill's Gambit, upon seeing the Imp, will call the GG. Mr. Bunny goes up 3-1. So good job, Mr. Bunny. 3-1. 70 to 57 KD. It is a best of 7, so the Vill's Gambit still has a chance. Some nice Vill fights and castle drops. I liked this. That was a fun castle drop. Clowning failed. That's okay. It succeeded in spirit. Hello, Rafael de Lucina. And Lucij de Mustasita. As I kick my water bottle over on the ground. That'll be a loss for the Vill's Gambit on Ngome. The Lithuanians have been a very good civ there. Now, I need to figure out what's going on because my Rex just have the Treasure Beach game again for the next 3 games. So I think I need to dig into that pile of other Rex I have and make sure I grab one that works. Where are we at with the Rex? No, Microsoft, I don't need email tips. I press my window key. I'm gonna guess these ones are 5, 6, and 7, or should be labeled as such, with potential spoilers avoided. There might be anywhere from 1 to 3 of these. I'll paste them into this folder then. I know, they're still Treasure Beach. Okay. So the Vill's Gambit, if you are in the chat, do you happen to have the remaining games? Yes. Yes, second part. Okay. This is game 5, it looks like. Hope this one works. Oh, you did 2 different days. Okay. There you go, in Zimbabwe. Yeah, I had 2 parts, but the second part was a repeat of the first part. So maybe the files got mixed up at some point. Well, we're good now. Thank you very much. And here we go, Mr. Bunny, once more in the cyan. I'll pick up my water. Stay hydrated and start going on Zimbabwe. And at some doubt-like palisades to kill a crocodile. And Mr. Bunny will now start luring in the elephant and the rhino. Ooh, okay. This is what I've been saying. The Rage Forest players have no problem with this. Mr. Bunny might struggle a tiny bit here. He uses the buffalo to hold open the gate. He needs to make sure the elephant stays close enough to follow the Vill, but doesn't get any more hits. Ooh, blocking his own villager with the scout. That Vill is getting to garrison. Let's see, the TC is hitting everything. The Vill dies! But the hunt gets in. Oh, the Vill could have garrisoned. Remember, you can kill with the TC now. That change I absolutely hate because you don't see Vills dying like that, but there we go. That's the Age of Empires I want to see. The Vill doesn't garrison and dies. Yeah, I figure best of 7 is pretty long. Well, we debated whether to keep the Community League's best of 5 for everything instead of moving to best of 7 for the semifinals and finals. And we figured we'd try the best of 7. But definitely can be long for players if you're not used to that type of stamina. So close indeed. Then lure over here. Only one rhino from the Vill's Gambit. The Gambit not taking a gamble. I like how you can kind of rub the back of the rhino and it still slows down with your scout. Killing with the TC, of course, because that's what you can do these days. I hate the change. I hate that change so much. Okay, here's another lure, here's another lure. Oh, doesn't work, doesn't work. But there's an elephant right there. Oh, I doesn't see it. And already we've had maybe a misclick, selecting a gold mine. In the old days, if you misclicked, and the boar attacked you, the Vil would become unresponsive to your commands and turn and fight the boar, and die to it. Ooh, opens, gets through the gate, okay. That's something I had noticed, boars, as we have a bit of idle time. Vil is just gonna turn and start shooting. Tend to lose aggro almost immediately now, through gates, or similar structures if they are de-aggroed, or if they're trapped and can't get to the Vil, they are de-aggroed much more quickly. I don't know if that's a change, but it is something I've felt in it. Sometimes when I feel something, that part of my brain goes off that just says this is different. One of those things that you don't realize, but your brain does. So another attempt of a lure down here. Maybe bringing a crocodile in this time. Whoop, the Vil decided, nope, I'm gonna run, but then shoot and then draw the crocodile anyway. Crocodile, I think, actually just makes the lures easier, because now you can block everything and you have much more time to run away. Oh no, this isn't easier, this isn't easier. A lion and a crocodile both coming over, and the Vil for Mr. Bunny has to Alcatraz herself in and hope that the diagonals do not allow the animals to grab an extra bite. And she will be safe, but the loomed Vil are running into two predators at once. Lions and elephants and crocodiles, oh my. Palisades go up. Nice reaction for Mr. Bunny to save the Vil. And at the same time, Mr. Bunny and... wait, what happened here? Yeah, the Vil garrisoned. The elephant's on the inside. And looks like the Vil's gambit did manage to get a scout on the inside. Don't know if that's good or bad. Probably bad, because the scout could die. And, okay, well, the elephant's not positioned where it wants to be. But at least it is out by the mill. Kind of annoying to go around the berries, but good enough. Yeah, you're trying to lame the lure. Or I got lamed yourself. Well, I guess you did succeed somewhat. It's not in an ideal position. But I'd probably still prefer having the scout alive. You want that pretty purple scout protected profusely. And let's see, Market Blacksmith there for the Vil's Gambit as the Spanish. No, another elephant right by the mill. And Mr. Bunny up to Feudal, Market Blacksmith too, so Markets and Blacksmith all around. And our Spanish player, it's Spanish Bohemians. So Conquistadors against, I guess Bohemians want to go monks here rather than Hussite wagons. Although there is a barracks. Spanish going monks could go Inquisition. And forward castle for the Vil's Gambit. And this will be, what, skirms then? If you're against crossbow, or if you're against Conquistador, yeah, skirms do make sense. And we'll have conks on the way out for the Vil's Gambit. Everyone up to the Castle Age, and Conquistador is being produced. Crocs provide food. Crocs do not provide food. If we have any predators left, which we do, what they do is provide vision. All Gaia units share the same line of sight, and the predator animals here, the lion and the crocodile, have huge vision compared to that of the elephant or the zebras. And if you're luring an elephant and you leave the line of sight, then the elephant de-aggroes and stops chasing you. So you're trying to use your scout to block the elephant, but not let it be too far away. But if you happen to bring in a lion with you, or a crocodile, it has such a large line of sight that you really don't have to worry about letting the rhino or the elephant or whatever the animal is de-aggro, because you have such a huge line of sight.
Sí. Mate.
And Boar on the way in. Bit of idle time on those vills, but now it gets tricky. There is a hole there, I think. That Skirm just walked through a hole, right? Yeah, it did. See if the Vill's Gambit recognizes that. Oh, and here's a petard. Ooh, the petard will go through the house. Oh, this is gonna be some dead villager economy. Oh no. In the house, 3 HP. 3 HP is all you need apparently, as more walls go up, but vills will go down trying to construct the walls. 3 HP. Is this the only set? We'll see how long this one goes. If I'm feeling good at the end, I'll do another. I have 3 more after this that I want to cast, so if I can do 2 today and another 2 by the end of the week, that would be perfect. And then we'll get all of them out of the way. So Vill's being picked off here. So far that's 5 Vill kills, 6 if you count that initial elephant kill. 1 range versus Conks feels greedy. I agree there. Here though is a defensive castle, and one thing the Conks have not done is scout the economy in the back and see that there's another TC up.
Mande. Servidor. Presto. Sí. Mande. Sí.
Missionary goes for some healing. Let's go for another. Oh, it all depends on how I'm feeling. I had a bit of a headache today, but it's mostly gone. I did the thing where I slept in, but I slept in too long without drinking a coffee. And then I had a caffeine withdrawal headache for most of the day. Well, then I had a coffee, and now with proper drug usage, I'm feeling better. Any reason Bohemians pick so often on this map? They are good for clowning with monks and Hussite wagons. They have a good eco, and they have Haufnitze. I don't think there's anything map-specific for them, other than the fact that they're a good arena civ on the closed maps. They have a good unit composition for it, and their free mining upgrades help them get the gold they need.
Mande.
Even though it has walls, it's not necessarily a closed map. But I think the stone walls here, and the fact that right behind the walls, the wood lines make for a great secondary layer of walls, and the fact that you're not enclosed against the edge of the map like on Arena and you can run away means that the trush isn't all that effective. So that leads to a fast castle style of play. You're not going to do anything other than a fast castle on this map. Some of the other maps, even though they're walled, have options for Vill fights or feudal age aggression. Here it is, other than the Dark Age game of luring everything, a fast castle map. Here you have to plant TCs. Here you have options. You could add your own TCs and boom and try to equal the eco. You could try to boom while pressuring with conks. You could go all in, add rams and try to push the castle. Or you could try to go imp yourself as fast as you can, get trebs, and treb the castle. I think there's room for different players to have different play styles here. But yes, adding in TCs yourself certainly is an option. Particularly if you can get 2 TCs added and feel as though you're able to outboom Mr. Bunny then, while continuing to apply pressure. The downside of adding in TCs would be if Mr. Bunny goes straight to imp, trebs down your castle, and then you have no defense against Bohemians and imp maybe block printing monks. that Castle Age units can't deal with. So everything has trade-offs. The 1TC approach, the downside would be if you don't do enough damage and Mr. Bunny booms, then maybe Mr. Bunny can run around the map, spam light cav, and continue stopping the push. Uphill mangonel shot. And the Vill's Gambit up by 900 resources collected, but the overall Vill count pretty similar actually in favor of Mr. Bunny. And in the long run, looks like the second TC is really going to help pay off. And there is the Castle Age chemistry. You know, hits the missionary. I gotta give credit for the conk and donk play. Hello, Badashi. Thank you, thank you. People tell me they listen to my stream to fall asleep because T90 sometimes wakes them up if they try falling asleep to his stream. Castle going up here for the Vill's Gambit. What I would have loved is maybe the castle being dropped here on the outside eco, but this is a decent one too, and I like the long-term implications of stopping Mr. Bunny from being able to come to the gold in the north. And now's the point when you're so committed that I think it's too late to add in TCs and boom. Although looking at the Vill count, maybe it's not. Maybe you still have time to add TCs if you wanted to. And hello, Diego Balboa. 3 streams in a row, nice. I have Imperial Age on the way for Mr. Bunny. And Kenrir's chasing the conks back. Man, yeah, Memb is the stream that wakes you up in the morning. And that's true. That's true. That's what I tell him when I cast together. That I don't need coffee before casting with him, because his stream helps wake me up. He has energy. He goes to the gym every morning. Gets himself energetic for the stream. Wheelbarrow and Imperial Age on the way. Continue pushing the conks. They slowly but surely go down though. The Vill goes down. And Mangonel hits the conks. They're trying to avoid taking damage here. So Castle Age hand cannoneers are something I don't think I've ever seen against conks before. This is interesting. I've never seen it. They outrange the conks. And have 17 attack. If you can get enough of these, maybe they work. So Vill's Gambit now up by 12 Vills. But Imperial Age here for Mr. Bunny. And this is what I've been afraid of for a long time. Mr. Bunny getting Imp first and adding in Trebs. And then the push gets stalled out because of the Trebs. But at the same time, Vill's Gambit still has more eco. Oh, and that is a YOLO castle. Ooh, this is interesting. That is a great castle, but will it work if Trebs start popping? There's no resources. Mr. Bunny is completely at the limit right now. Yeah, I like that. That's going to take out some farms on the outside. They're missionaries. They're trapped in. They've converted a house that can be deleted to let them out. Not much room for Mr. Bunny to do anything now. The pressure is suffocating. But Bombard Cannon. A Bombard Cannon. And now with the extra forward castle, the Vill's Gambit is committed to repairing that castle. 20-ville lead, almost imp. Ooh. Now the question is, do you go imp? Or could you potentially stay Castle Age, add more TCs, and go light cav now? The imp timing is a problem. And this castle's being so forward puts it at the mercy of the bombard cannon. Maybe had the castle been over here on the wood line hitting these farms, then the cannon would have to move a bit farther from the castle. And as it strays away, the conquistadors can play. And look for cannon to slay. But for now, this castle will go down. And that was a lot of pressure, a lot of dead vills. 21 to 2 eco KD and 1,000 more resources collected. Imp on the way. But now how do you protect the castles from cannon? When skirms are a bit in front of the cannon too, skirm's going to do the same thing as that castle just did and keep conquistadors away from the cannon. Is there redemption? There is redemption. Is there devotion? There's no devotion. And missionaries get a conversion on the skirm. Conversion on the cannon might have been a bit more useful. But that's a lot of conks that can come forward. And now I think... Ooh, that's a lot of deaths to the skirms. Probably could have focused just on attacking the skirms. Got a couple into the castle fire. Now this is Mr. Bunny completely at the limit, going skirm. The other thing I was thinking of is instead of going impure, you go full light cav. Right now you have 29 farms, so you probably could move a few vills from gold to food and get around 40 farms and have 3 or 4 stables spamming light cav in. Remember, as a Spanish, you don't need gold for your blacksmith upgrade, so it's pretty easy to make that light cav swap. You will only need gold for bloodlines and the light cav upgrade, and you can get the gold by clicking the blacksmith text. Then you overwhelm the skirms. But that's the hard part about Arena. There are many different strategies you can go for. Sometimes it's execution based, and whoever executes better wins despite the strategy. Sometimes picking the right strategy matters. And here, Imp with a forward castle served only to provide more targets for the cannon, as Mr. Bunny was Imp first. And now Mr. Bunny has managed to get closer on the eco difference with that extra TC, and this third castle here is just going to be a third castle taken out by cannon. Yeah, you're absolutely right to be looking at this wreck and questioning and thinking, hey, what else could I have done? I felt like I was in a winning position. Because now you face the downside is Mr. Bunny has amassed the best unit in the game, the Skirmisher. And Skirmishers will counter the conks and the donks. Illumination, block printing, inscription, everything. You have Inquisition, you do have Inquisition. Remember as the Spanish too that your missionaries benefit from the blacksmith upgrades. Yeah, there's the armor. Yeah, one treb would help a bit, but the timing wasn't there. By the time Ville's Gambit was Imp, the cannon were already deployed, destroying castles, and now trebs become a huge risk because the cannon can pick off the trebs. Like, the front castle here could have been a play if Ville's Gambit were Imp faster for protecting trebs from cannon. Oh, Conquistadors running around the side, avoiding a few skirmishers, going for picking off a cannon, but that's a lot of repair vills. Repair vills who don't have the monastery upgrades. No fervor, no sanctity that would apply to them. But meanwhile, the skirms, as you expect, kill everything, kill the vills, and there's a GG. And Mr. Bunny goes up 4-1 and wins the set. Congrats to Mr. Bunny. 64 to 63 KD. That military was up and down, until finally it was up with skirms. And better eco the entire game, even by the end. But was certainly falling behind in vills at the end. Oh, look at that. What a wonderful Vill max for both players, 69 to 69. And bracer skirms with extra range become even more difficult for conks to deal with. So G. Thanks for sending us the Rex too. And I'm gonna grab, I think we do have time. I think I'm feeling okay for this. We will do the Duke League next. So let me update my title on YouTube, Prince and Duke Leagues. And do one last update for the scoreboard here. 4-1 Mr. Bunny. Winning on Zimbabwe. Yeah, game 1 was a really good game too. I don't know if you were around for the cast, but there was definitely some areas in the mid game it felt that either you didn't add TCs or didn't take fights and were a bit more passive against someone who was booming and had a better boom. There was one part where your line of sight would have just missed. You had a huge army of knights going past an army of crossbows that were downhill, and you might have been able to fight and kill all of them. But let's see, Prince League, Duke League. This is Silenir versus Carolius Wosix. Tag the players and get the scoreboard updated. Duke. And let me just reset the ad counter while I'm doing this, so give me a moment to update everything, and I'll be right back. Thanks again for Castle. Thanks again for watching. So we'll start with Zimbabwe, back-to-back Zimbabwe's. And Sardis, Treasure Beach, and Ngome for Salinir. And Villachins, Tulo, and Todaiji for Carolius. If someone can correct my pronunciation on the names, that'd be great. My mind's coming up with about 10 different ways to say Silinir, Salnir, Selnir, Silnair, and Carolius, Caro. I'll do my best. If anyone has a pronunciation guide, it would be useful. Okay, Duke Rex. Okay, so we're on to the Duke League. This will probably be my last one for tonight, but we'll try to get through it. And I'll have to put Silnier in red. It was created with a different version of the game than the one currently used? What? How do they play on a different version of the game? What different version of the game is there? I'm just gonna click yes and hope that it doesn't go out of sync. Did they maybe play on the Thalassocracy build somehow? Seems like it's working. So I'm just gonna make it blue versus red. What language are these names? I have no idea. Anyway, we are getting to the Duke League. And a reminder, you can check out the YouTube VOD if you missed the live stream and want to see the VODs there. And I will just speed through the Dark Age a bit until players start luring their rhinos. I want to get through all of the 7 best of 7s we have for the community sets, so skipping the Dark Age does help a bit. And ooh, nice deer push, zebra push right away. Both players going for the zebra push. I've seen that a bit on this map. If you decide to use the scout to push the zebras right away, you're delaying luring rhinos from the outside, and maybe making it easier once you have loom. But also then delaying the food from the rhinos, and not saving your boars for later. And here we have a scout moving out, water buffalo in the gate, and our first lure. Oh, and this is the Mongols. So Spanish versus Mongols. Conquistadors definitely have an early advantage with how high their attack is against Mangudai. In the long run though, once you get ballistics, maybe you get imp and get bracer, then the Mangudai might scale a bit better. It takes a long time to get that going though. Mongols on this map are going to be taking advantage as much as possible of the hunt bonus. The Vil does have loom, and has a bit of help from the scout to block the elephant, delay its attack as the elephant and the rhino move on in, and the Vil should get back to the TC. Tiny bit late, but no real problem. Even if the elephant isn't perfectly positioned, that's fine. And a Vil by the middle could shoot the rhino. It's okay if the rhino walks back, it's inside the gate, not going to go anywhere. Oh, and Feudal Age right away. That is a very quick feudal. Guess the Mongols can do that. Is this going to be a fast castle with 2 extra animals? And it might very well be. Might very well be a fast castle still if you use the market and sell. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, don't see any lures here. So already we have a bit of a advantage for the Mongols. Also, let me just double check what the ELO range for this league was. So this is the 1500s. The group ranged from 1467 to 1580. So this will be a high 1500 skill level for the finals of this league. And a really fast feudal. The food's there. The food's there. A barracks going up. There's not going to be enough wood for more buildings. That would have had to have been Market Blacksmith for a fast castle to come in immediately. It's just a feudal boom with a lot of food. Double bit axe on the way. Nothing aggressive, and still no lures over here from any of the rhinos. Could be an option to go conks as we see stone, and maybe play for a TC down here in the food area. TCs down there are not something I've seen much of. So it looks like there aren't going to be any more lures, so I'll just speed up the feudal age for a bit. And we'll get a stable here for red. Mining some gold. And a scout pops out, so I don't know if this was planned all along. And here we are. Scouts will surround Blue's scout and get a couple of hits. Armor even on the scouts. Is this stable against conquistadors? Feels risky. You could try to go camels. You could try to go steppies. Winners just win their group. The groups are split up by elo, so I don't think it makes sense to have the winner of each group play another group, because that's usually going to be a pretty big mismatch in terms of skill levels. Each group is set up so that people with the same elo can play against each other. So the scout will be chased to the ends of the earth, to the 4 corners of the relics. No one need to scout on this map because everything's kind of in the same spot every time. A bit of randomness to it. Line goes down, and okay, well, when I thought it'd be blue TCing down here, no, it actually is red, and I guess that makes sense for the Mongols to prioritize going for all of the hunt here with a TC. And castle in the back, directly on the stone mine for blue. It'll probably be a bit before conks come out. So the purpose of the scouts here, the faster feudal and the scouts then looks like it was to prevent the forward castle drop and to prevent the castle from being directly on the walls. But that means now the conquistadors will be amassed a bit, and I don't think there's a clear unit from the stable that wins against conquistadors. Mongols have everything, light cav, knights, camels, steppies, but I think they all die, especially in early castle, to conquistadors. So 1, 2, 3 TC boom against only conks. The conks haven't done too much to be threatening yet. Maybe they can break in through this wall. Scout so far effective in keeping the conks away. Is there a hole here? I think there's a hole still. And there is, and the conks run in. And blue going to avoid the Houseville to run through the TC, but there's nothing over here. Probably should have just taken that Ville. Got a bit greedy. And ooh, maybe we could hit the market. Ville, ooh, okay, even better. We'll deny the market. Ville dies, and now the conks can hit the wood line, and the game is over. Why is the game over?
Monday.
Oh, it went out of sync. It went out of sync then. Okay. That's weird. So, what the heck? Yeah, it went out of sync. I'm just gonna show you. That's not a GG. That is most definitely not a rage quit. That is the game is bugged and out of sync. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna dig into this. What the heck patch did they play this on that it went out of sync? See all the wrecks there. Right. Let me check the... Don't see anything there. Thank you, Archery, for the follow. Okay, if these don't work, then maybe I have to go to another patch. What is all the chat in this channel? Okay, I don't see it. So, are my admins here, anyone? Let me try swapping to the previous live patch. I don't think there was an update that recently, though, unless I'm wrong about that. Soundtrack reminds you of your iPod in 2002 with the monochrome screen. I never had an iPod. I was never an Apple technology user. Okay, let's try previous live. I have a whole bunch of beta patches. One of them has to work, right? When was the last update? I'm trying to think how they might possibly have played these games before an update. Try previous live. Yeah, the warning was the version thing I had gotten earlier. I was curious how they played on a different version, though. Okay, I didn't get a version warning, so previous live looks like it works. I'll just fast forward and get up to where we had left off. Alright, so our Mongols player back in the red. Alright, so we were... Where were we? There were some conks that were hoovered around the back of that wood line there. Capture age, what are you doing? Oops, wrong scene. There we are. Alright. Second time's the charm. We can watch the beautiful Borlor again from Salnir. And again, it'll be Salnir as the Red Mongols against Corellius as the Blue Spanish. Beautiful lore, nice positioning by the TC. No Vild's dead. And kept the TC running, only 5 seconds of idle time. And this was fast up, and my impression of what Salnir is thinking is get a few scouts out to prevent the forward castle drop and force the castle to be back, and looks like that's exactly what Corellius is responding with by putting the castle in the back of their base. Everything hoovering around as we get back up here. It's around 19 minutes. Castle goes up. And the conks will be popping out. Beginning their hoover around the map. Coming down, they will find that hole in the wall. Pass through and kill that villager. And we are not going out of sync. No, we are not. The conks are going to keep hoovering. Okay. I have no idea when the previous live branch was last updated or when there was a patch, but okay, we played on previous live. I don't think I'm that late in casting these wrecks.
Monday.
That's fine though. So conks will keep trying to shoot and retreat. Yeah, congratulations on the synchronization.
See? Monday.
Is that what they called it in Assassin's Creed when you climbed up something high? You got a synchronization to see more of the map and then you dove off of it?
Presto.
Or am I thinking of something else? There's a Spider-Man game where you did something similar.
See?
All those games copying mechanics from each other. That's what I feel like. I feel like I'm happy and free falling into a hay cart. Good old press action to motivate Garrett. If anyone else played that game. Back in the... that would have been on the GameCube. Medal of Honor Frontline. Or the PS2. So the conks still doing a bit of damage. Monk gonna start picking up relics. And we'll put another TC on the back. So this is the thought that Vill's Gambit had from the last game we just saw. You know, I've done some damage, but I can't push anymore. Maybe I should add a TC. But in that case, the ecos were still even. In this case, our Mongols player has managed to get a really nice boom going so far. And the conks need to find places where they can do damage. These vills out here on the elephant are at a big risk of conquistadors massacring them. And this might be the damage that Corellius needs to have that boom pay off. Ooh, and these vills, they also have a ton of food on them. So you really want to be able to drop that off. Oh no, disaster. Disaster. 7 of the 8 vills go down. Only 25 of the food is collected.
Presto.
That's a line of dead vills. Assassin's Creed from the 360. That probably just would have been 1, 2, and 3. I don't even think they had names then. Maybe it would have been the pirate one? What was it Black Flag? Isn't that the one people usually consider where the series hit its pinnacle? Assassin's Creed 2 and then Black Flag. 3 was the American Revolution one. I never played all of them. I just remembered seeing them years ago, since they were quite popular. Okay, now all the Vills are gonna head back out to that elephant. Steppe Lancer and a few monks there to defend them. They better hope the conquistadors don't hoover their way on back. And cart here for Corellius. And the boom shall continue. The boom shall continue as the conks remain on the hunt, looking for more targets. Conks take out the scout. All the monks go down? All the monks go down. Two conquistadors on the side come in. And that's 16, 17 conquistadors against 10 monks. And Corellius might want to be devoted soon. Make sure the conks don't get converted. Might need another mill out here, or even another TC in this part of the woodline. Ooh, is that some auto farming right there? I need to delete some walls if you want to farm like that. Or place the farms manually. Quilsguard, that won't work because these are Rex. These players are around probably mid to high 1500s. Let's take out some Vills. TC returns fire on the conks. And Vil, ooh. Oh no, that Vil forgot to run back to the TC. Forgot to run back. Oh no, dead villager, elephant. Bad enough that conks kill Vils. Elephants are killing Vils too. Will that be a second kill? Ooh, just barely. One hit away, one hit away. Probably worth it though to get the food. And here is Imp. Imp on the way for our Spanish player ready to start popping out trebs. And with a good number of Vills on stone, maybe ready to get another castle. Either forward here or potentially even better if it would come over on this side and start making a play for protecting this area of the map near all the golds and stones atop the hill. But it will just be a simple one forward, by the looks of it. Simple forward castle foundation placed by blue. Let's see where the Vills are going. Oh, there they are. There they are, snaking their way through the houses. Spanish, of course, build castles faster, so that one should go up no problem. And then you have the potential, if you have wood, for double castle treb production to get 4 trebs quickly. And then nothing can stop the push in the castle age. However, Imp isn't too far away from the Mongols. But then you question, what do the Mongols do once they get Imp? Because I don't think they have a very simple answer for fighting conquistadors. They do have cav archers, which could work. Oh, that's another dead Vil to a crocodile. Oh no, 2 dead Vils to Gaia this game. I'm sure Bazi would be happy to see that. Our castle goes up. And Imp is in. Now the trebs will start popping. There aren't even any castles to be dropping, just the economy to be raided. And the gate will go down as light cav and padded archer armor come in. Oh, that won't work. Maple Leaf Lancer, these are Rex. We're having a great week. It's been a good week so far. Conquistadors take out a few vills. Vills have to run off the gold. More monks come forward. Now the Trebs can start going for the TC. This makes it tricky to go imp. Not all the vills. Oh, they have a traffic jam. Can't reach the castle. These vills don't even know where to go. They're stuck walking around the wood line. They need to chop 10 or 12 wood from that tree to open the path and free themselves. The conks are pushing in at the front, and the steppies cannot engage there. And this is looking better and better for the Spanish push, as the Mongols can't do anything to defend this. If the Mongols were to get imp, do bracer, maybe heavy cav archer, Parthian, then you'd have a unit that could fight this a bit more. I don't think steppies are going to hold up to conquistador fire, especially not as some hussars start to push their way in. Trebs can go for the TC, maybe take out a house or two over here to make the fight, or to make the pathing a bit easier, then go for that castle, potentially even the stables. More conks being pumped out. And now it's a balance between conquistador and trebuchet. Hussars at least being annoying as they push. An imp on the way. It's in the back TC. Part of me would have been tempted to put it over here because it's safer, but at least it's not in the one that went down. You know, these are around high 1500s. Based on the bracket group they were in. Oh, steppies all going down as the conks run back and forth. And now hussars have found the outside eco too. And imp is in. But I'm not sure what the Mongols can do at this point. They're being raided everywhere. And look at that KD, 76 to 17. The Steppe Lancers cannot fight the Conquistadors. The castle crumbles. Houses even going down. Is Nomads in? Oh, Nomads isn't in. The pop space will be lost. The conks keep pushing. Low boosted. And ketchup mustard mayo. Very over. Steppe Lancer is not OP enough against Conquistadors. That's another TC that'll go down. And Vil lead still in for Salnir. I think I've said that name differently every time I've pronounced it. And there probably is a very clear one way to pronounce it. And there goes the Vil lead. The conks keep getting kills. 40 eco kills now. For all those conks. Probably speed it up a bit as we're closing in on the end, I fear. Skirms will pick off a few monks at least. Conquistadors can take the fight though. They have their armor on the way. And not much armor will be left then. The Trebs can take the gate, and the conks can keep moving around. Conks even can take the stable. They're not the worst at destroying buildings. Did a lot of damage to it, at least, if they want to finish it off. Looks like the Trebs will just be moving outside, though. Trying to keep the Trebs by the conks. The conks may be a bit too afraid of the skirms. Could have pushed that engagement. Hussars come in. Trebs will start going for the ranges. And the conks will massacre everything here. Ville's desperately trying to wall off a solitary castle constructed by the TC to the southwest, the area where the Hunt once roamed the lands, now occupied by the Mongols, and this Mangadai production house. I think it's a bit too little too late. There's more Vills slaughtered by Conks as they try to run. We're now 89 Vill kills. And Supremacy done. Supremacy and Treb's ready to go do some trebbing. More Vills. The castle even takes up farming space, makes it harder to farm. Mangadai might be able to snipe off a Treb or two, but not with that many Conks nearby. Another volley or two should take the castle out. There we go, and now everything can move in. The Trebs will go for the TC. A few skirms and cav archers being made. They'll go down, and there it is. Game number one, won by Blue with the Conquistadors. With the Conquistadors, 215 KD, 10,000 more res, 5-minute better uptime, and around 15 plus more Vills at the end. Conks do the job. And that'll mean game two now will be on Ngome. Let's go Ngome. Need to stand up and stretch real quick. That's important. Get your posture check in during the ad break. Alright, let's go. And here we are on Ngome. Game number two, we'll put Salnir back in the red, and Karelius in the blue again. Lithuanians against Portuguese. Lithuanians have seemed to be the dominant civ on this map so far. Duke is above Baron? Yes. Yes, it is. And the town center will be up for Salnir. Or Silnir. I think I'm adding like an extra syllable between the L and the N when I say it. Try to say Silnir, and that feels right. It's my mind comes up with another pronunciation every time I look at the spelling. That's one of the hard things about names. Not just when you pronounce it wrong, but when you inconsistently pronounce it wrong and you're very aware of it. Anyway, Doc comes up very quickly to the middle, getting some fishing ships out. What I've seen on this map, multiple TCs usually are more productive than early docks, but I'm still open to different builds. And so far, no extra TC or dock from our blue Lithuanian player, who, as the Lithuanians, is very incentivized to add more TCs because every TC constructed by the Lithuanians gives the player plus 100 food, which is an extra 2 villagers. Hello, house that's on the beach. That is some weird terrain placement. Okay, this map's weird. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to look away. I'm going to look at all these beautiful red fishing ships out here by the dock. And faster feudal age slightly for blue, but I like how we have the third TC added already from red. And a fire galley here, as Corellius uses the market, and that fire galley will scare away the fishing ships. There aren't too many great fish marlins here. They're all very spread out, and you can't take too many with one dock efficiently. These maps are custom, yes, but anyone can play them. And if you search for the Stronghold Frenzy 2 maps mod, you can download them and play them yourself. They likely only work for 1v1s on the tiny size, so your mileage may vary if you try to use different settings, but anyone can go take a look at them. Got lost with all the maps they added in D. A lot of the maps they added were repeats of Trozzini maps that he had made years ago. I played them in tournaments at one point. And stone wall coming up here for red that will cut the island in half. Red to the south, blue to the north. It looks like Corellius did manage to win the water down here. Otter, hello Otter. And War Galley Horse Collar on the way for Corellius. It's pretty heavy on gold too, but I guess that makes sense if you're going to be pumping War Galleys. Cylinder is still in the feudal age. A ton of gold, a ton of wood, but not that much food. Maybe he'd been planning on having more fish, and might be struggling now that the fishing ships all have to run away and needs to redock. Doesn't have that many, or doesn't have any farms, which feels like a mistake. So if you're planning on a free fish boom, maybe you need to dock back here rather than in the middle. And a couple of towers going up to protect the coastline, with the war galleys pushing into the docks. And more docks to the north. Castle Age on the way. So manages to use the market a bit. Bought 800 food. Went to the grocery store and paid modern day inflation prices to get that Castle Age, but gets it in nevertheless. And most importantly, has a 20 villager lead. And usually from what I've seen on this map, yeah, you can lose the water, but having the economy lead matters a lot more. And that's 20 villagers, not just fishing ships. The fishing ships, with how spaced out the great fish marlins are, can become inefficient very quickly. And even saved the fish, though. That was a nice dock on one marlin. You see how that dock gives you 1, maybe 2 fish. You can come over here and get 3 more fish, though. At least 2 efficiently from the dock, 1 kind of behind it. And tower is at least doing some work here. I'll take out a couple of fires as the dock goes down, but it won't go down for free. And as Castle Age finishes, a castle is finished for Corellius. As the Lithuanians, then Lechai can pop out of the castle. And I'm going to think this is walled, but now I'm scared it's not. I bet Selenir is the type of player who would check that properly. There's gold mining on the way. And Ganuga Gap, hello, hello. Or galleys slaughter that villager. Just wanted to build a beach house. But his dreams are ruined at the tips of many war galley bolts. Vodka arrow in, war galley being clicked. Oh, connecting to chat. I still see people chatting. OBS is just having a struggle with Twitch, maybe. Okay, hopefully we didn't drop. I see 0 drop frame, so hopefully we're all good. And it doesn't look like I missed a chat message. And, oh, more war galleys hitting Vills on the elephant. They're going to have to run. No ballistics, so they can run, and quite easily. And now maybe these war galleys are trapped, as more war galleys with extra Portuguese HP. Don't forget about that. The Portuguese have better ships with their HP. Come in from behind. Some knights on the other side. Knights might just try to run past. These war galleys will go down. That'll now be water control shifting hands from blue to red. As Silnir takes a great fight up here in the northern shallows. And can turn his ships right around and take another great fight with the meager reinforcements that are arriving. The Imperial Age is on the way for blue, though. Aurelius maybe could threaten something with trebuchets. And with only one knight, that castle won't be denied. But maybe a Vil will go down. One Vil goes down, as does the knight. Ironically, I think I've pronounced it many different ways, but my mind's kind of settling on that. Castle placed at the front for Silnir. And it could get Trubs out, but Imp would need to come in for that. There's already a Lithuanian castle looming large over this island. So correctly according to him. Yeah, the L followed by an N is something that I'm thinking doesn't appear that often in English. Especially not followed by a Y, or preceded by a Y. And Scalebarting armor on the way. Imperial Age done. And could this be a full Castle Age Night Flood? That could work too if your opponent wastes res going Imp, but you have so many resources on this map, I think Imp usually pays off very quickly. Flynn. That doesn't have any other Val surrounding it though. There, the Y is the only Val. I think that makes it a bit different. But you're right, if I think about Flynn, then it becomes more like Silnir. Very different sounding than Flynn, though. Solemnly. That's a different order. That's reversed. NLY. So full water control, while still having the land, which feels like he's in a really good spot. Also, the Lithuanian player doesn't have any relics, and he is up to Imp, still with a villager lead, and with about 2k plus more resources collected. Where you can fall behind is if you run out of wood, and so far both players still have wood access. Here come a lot of late try though, and they will win against the Knights. Knights don't have numbers here. Let's go down. Gotta build a dock and fire ship. I mean, if you're both players, I think you gotta start going for the relics. Hill forts, extra range for the TCs. Let's go. amazing tech in the right situation. Don't know if your opponent going imp to make trebs is the right situation, but let's just enjoy it nevertheless. Yeah, some dukes are good at math. All depends on the person. Too much power for staying in sync. If I haven't dropped a single frame, so ever since I fixed and swapped out one last coaxial cable, I've had no internet issues. I'm hoping my luck remains. So, galleon, plate parting armor, husbandry on the way for a Silnir. And Trebs go for the castle. And the castle crumbles down, leaving the gold villagers exposed. If the Lechai can march forward, this will be perhaps the end of the villager lead. It is for now. There is armor, iron casting on the way. At the very least, they don't have any relics. Only 13+1 attack. But 13+1 attack should be more than enough to slaughter these villagers and give Corellius a score lead for now. And perhaps more importantly, a score lead while gaining control of the all-important wood in the middle of the map. Hills go down left and right. Organ guns, well, 13 of them. They're going to be pushing here on the island. This can work, and if it's successful, will keep the Lithuanian player away from the relics. And the Portuguese will be a much better water save in the long run. No shipwright for either player. But, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm worried now we might be here for about 4 hours. Because usually what I see on this map is the player wins an island, but loses the wood, and can't win the game because they don't have wood, even if they have 7 relics. But this is a Portuguese player who looks like they're gonna win the island. Could we see Vitorias and 7 relics and patience? As the land on the west is a lost cause now. And there we go, 2 Vitorias. Though this one might be a bit too close to the water. But more on the back could be nice. And goodbye, island. Oh my gosh, we need a demo. We need a demo right here. Vills evacuating. 3 vills evacuating versus 40 vills evacuating. Oh, we're 2.5 hours into the stream already. So 4 hours is not unrealistic. If this game goes 7 hours, or 7... if the game goes 7 games. If the set goes 7 games. Hope it does not go 7 hours. That would be a bit late for me. Okay, transport ships as we have an evacuation planned. The best thing ever would be if Red were to scout this and then get some warships out. And all of a sudden things have snowballed on the land. Elite Latus on the way. And that ship shall go down. No, it'll run away. Tons of navy down here. If only they were scouting the 40 vills that are trying. Oh my gosh. The 60 vills that want to evacuate. Yeah, he's got 30. Oh, he has demos. He has demos. Does he see this? Does he see this? He's chasing with cavaliers, but the cavaliers are trapped inside the gates. Oh my gosh, he's doing the right thing. He's making demos. Can he find it? Can he find it? Please find it. Please find it. Oh, they're heading. Find the transport. Find the transport. There's a transport there. Go for it. Heavy demo. Go for it. Go for it. Pay attention. No. Oh. You just missed it. Oh, so close. I mean, we have another chance. We need more demos, though. Oh, Carrick on the way for the armor. Well, to be fair, he is using his navy well down here with cannon galleons destroying the castles. And now a couple Fetorias for wood. He could also transport some vills himself and take the wood down here. That'll sustain him for a while. Successful Dunkirk. Hello, Ray. Okay, here we go. There's another one. There's another one. But I think all the vills make it then. Yeah, everyone made it. All 60 vills. Blue is horribly housed right now. 22 population away from being able to train anymore. And now the Vil exodus is complete. They have migrated to the mainland, where they will add in tons and tons of docks and seek to return to a peaceful life of living as lumberjacks. Oh, that would have been epic for some demos. Oh, it was right there. Daniela wants to collaborate. Did she misclick a button? Is she streaming right now? I'm casting something, Daniela. That's okay. I have been terrified of misclicking that button. It is the most annoying thing that pops up. You join a stream, someone's streaming, and it's like, oh, do you want to collaborate? No, I want to watch their stream. Who knows? Maybe there's a... I didn't even see if you were streaming. Maybe there's a secret Daniela chat going on. And she wants to add it here. Blue has a market? Not anymore. Now that you mention it, there's no market for blue. Blue isn't at risk of running out of wood anytime soon, but you're right, there's no market here. Oh my gosh, imagine a demo right here. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, they're out of position, out of position. So many demo opportunities this game. And here's blue trying to get back on water. Victoria count, just 2 so far. Also, the relic count is at 0 out of 7. But we do have a monastery and a transport. Is that transport stuck behind the dock? Can that transport sail out? Okay, it can. There's enough beach there, it can sail out. It's a double-layered beach. All good, all good. Oh, there's a demo here. Because why not? Okay, here come some fire ships. Some fast fires. At least there are demos to counter the fast fires. Oh, there's Victoria number 3 on the coastline. But okay, now time for the demos to shine. Boom. Here we go. Trying to get good demo shots. Get deep into the fires. Boom. Alright, finally we get some demo action. Alright, that is a lot of dead fires. A lot of demos used, but fires go down. And now the cannon galleons find more targets. Maybe they can hit that castle. Yeah, they should be able to hit the castle there. Portuguese, they do get elite cannon galleon too with siege engineers. So if they do all the upgrades, can reach pretty far inland. They get up to 16 range. 2 more from elite cannon galleon. And that castle on the coastline is again in range of cannon galleons. Lots of normal galleons out. Come some more demos. Nice demo hits again. And I think this is the first time we're going to see a game where the player who won the islands ends up winning. And in no small part, Victorias are helping out. Okay, the monks are over here. The monks are over here. They can start grabbing relics. Oh, what the? Demo just deleted. Don't need the pops there. Okay, almost. We're almost getting relics. Ah, there's so much micro. And oh, the Trebs, they don't even need cannon galleons. The Trebs from the island can hit the castle on the mainland. I think a lot of demos just were sacrificed there. 5 trebuchets could be sacrificed too. That castle's gonna go down. I think you might end up losing Trebs if they just go forward there. A few more demos being added in by Silnir. Here they come, more demo hits. Boom. Okay, clearing another navy. Castle goes down, Trebs on the coast. More importantly, the monks are still on the island. I know we were gonna miss heavy demos. Another tech line. Also, they're useless. Okay, demo the Trebs, demo the Trebs. Okay, we can accept demoing the Trebs. That Treb will escape 10 HP, 6 HP. Well, 1's all you need, and 6 is enough. All the fires go down. Monk's still standing there idly on the Relic Island. Getting those relics is a bureaucratic process. It sure does take a while. Every single time we've seen someone try to get the relics, it takes at least 10 minutes. Oh, progress! The monks are on the transport. One of them doesn't have a relic, but we have some progress. Progress made. It doesn't matter what level we cast. Low level, high level, it is a process to get them. And only 42 villagers because we have Fetorias. And what are we at now? 4 Fetorias. 5 Fetorias. 5 Fetorias and Navy. And eventually relics. We might need to speed this game up at some point. If it looks like it will indeed be a multi-hour Fetoria fest. Oh, some demos getting deep into the Navy. Oh, look at him go. Oh, found the perfect spot for that demo. And dock's getting whittled down, but now Corellius will redock the other side too. And the monks are still on that transport. Okay, I think we're getting into speed-up territory because we are running the risk that the Fetorias take a long time. And maybe we're wrong and Corellius just says, oh, GG in the next minute or so. But I'm worried that this is the potential that we could be here all night. So just do a little ×2 speed, a couple of Cavalier raids. Looks like Red's thinking of landing here and there with Cavaliers. Can't really do anything while pop-capped. Look at my on the mini-map. As Blue's trying to push back on the water. A few guard towers on the edge of the island. More demos. Oh, demo for the Lechai. Organ guns come over. And Trebs might need some repairs. 5k food also stockpiled. That's useful. Let's make sure that Red has a market. Yes. Monk's still on the transport. Imagine how many thousands of relic gold Silnir could have. If only this weren't... Oh, there it goes! Requiring so much attention. Now they can stand outside the monastery and maybe drop them off soon. Let's go, let's go. If Corellius does get back on water, he is fine, right? But this could be a while. Okay, a few more demos get deep into the war galleys. Remember, these are Portuguese demos, so they have a bit more HP. Oh, we have a landing down here. Some Leche coming over to go after the Vills. Oh, we have trade. We have trade cogs added in. Let's go trade. Neutral dock trading. Heated shop for the towers. Relics outside the monastery. So close, so close. And Corellius kind of getting back. Remember, Corellius is going to run out of wood soon. What's this, like 10,000 wood left? Something like that. Most of it probably can't be taken because of the ships. Oh, like so close to the monastery. One's selling wood, one's buying wood. Oh my gosh, Corellius sold 9,000 food. Sold 800 wood. And Silnir bought wood. Corellius selling wood is just helping Silnir. In the long run, I think. Oh, it happened! We got 3 relics. 3 relics are in. The monks are back on the island for another round. Finally, we have relic income. It happened. Hey, if the game goes 4 hours, then he hasn't really missed out on all that much. We got the 0 on gold, 77 on wood now situation, where there isn't any gold income anymore for Corellius. And usually on this map, the wood is what matters when that runs out, but maybe the gold will stop him from adding a navy, because he has to use the market now. As one player, as you said, one player is selling, the other player buying. That'll make sure it's good for both of them, I guess. How many Fatoria? It was 5 last I checked, and we're continuing at 5 Fatorias. Oh, okay. Here we go. Grabbing the relics. Getting on the transport. Oh, 2 steps. 2 steps. Sail back, put them in. And you get to 7 relics. So close. Oh, a couple of trebs in that transport could disembark and besiege the castle. But now Corellius is starting to get back on the water. Monk's still in the transport. And population maybe struggle. Oh wait, a 6th Fatoria. 6 Fatorias. That's a struggle for wood then. Struggle for wood versus struggle for gold. Vill's starting to go down to Cavalier raids, and the Trebs deploy. You can keep the Trebs alive. Relics still on the transport. Here come more demos. The demos have been really good at getting kills. Oh, finally. Wait. Demos could hit Vills. Demos could hit Vills here. They're going after ships, though. I guess ships cost resources that are more important than food now. I would focus on destroying those cannon galleons. And they're going to go for a Fatoria. So this will bring us down to 6 Fatorias, but then give Silnir more pop space. And that castle down to 400 HP, but the Trebs picked off just in time. And anything will need to land to hit that. And if that castle goes down, that opens up maybe a lot of room for raiding. But there's no more wood. There's no more wood. Look at the marathon those Vills have to run now to chop wood. Look at the relics. They're right there. They're right there. And now Corellius might start thinking, hey, I can't sell wood anymore. How do I get gold for ships? And Silnir is A-okay for resources. Oh, it's so close, so close. Oh, we're trading. There are neutral docks here. Right, in each, at the south and at the north, there is a neutral dock, and you can trade with those docks. So the trade cogs, the 3 of them that are left, what are they getting? Does it not tell me how much gold is there? They are maybe getting nothing, thanks Capture Age. Hold on, I need to check this in the game, I remembered. Capture Age doesn't show it. In-game, they're getting 35 gold per trip, 35 gold. So 35 gold per trip for the trade cogs. Not that much, but I guess it's something. Oh, he moved the transport. Oh, he's right there. He's right there. So close. One more movement and the relics are in the monastery. He's gotten almost 1k gold from the other 3. He is so close. Oh, so close. They're just standing there, chilling. On the other side, gotta be careful of these vills who are still chopping wood. The towers are in a spot they can hit the vills. Across the water, yeah, a couple guard towers, they're gonna be nasty. Oh, it's so close. Oh, they just need to go in the monastery. He started collecting these, I think, 20 minutes ago. He's so close. And again, this has nothing to do with Silnir. No matter what the elo I see in the Pro League, it's potentially even worse. It is so much micro when you're trying to play the game and then have a side quest to grab relics. He's right there. It was 1k relic gold. He could have well over 2k by now. Oh, Sean, don't do that to anyone. Be nice to people here. And he has to micro the demo ships. Right, that's the hard thing. He's microing demos this whole game. And the extra HP that the Portuguese have for the demo is paying off for him. No doubt about that. And there he is victorious. We have a GG. Do we have relics though? No, we don't. Oh no. Oh no. GG'd too early, didn't let him take the relics. But the Vittoria paid off. As I've said, the map usually comes down to the player who wins the Western mainland has enough wood that they control the water and then win the game. Here, the Portuguese pick for Vittoria meant the island was enough. Also had a much better KD, had some great demo hits. I guess the KD doesn't account for the fact demos are lost in each of the kills, so maybe that's a bit more even than it looks. For the last part of the game, more military was there for Corellius. Even had more eco overall, but was out of eco at that point. Only an hour, 12 minutes. Yeah, shorter than Arabia. Maybe we need more wood. Where are we at? So that ties at 1-1. That was a win on Ngome. Alright, I'm gonna have a short ad break because I need to go grab some more water. Alright, ads are over. Time for game number 3. Which looks like it'll be on Sardis. I wonder if you can hear the water dripping in the background through the pitcher. And what are we gonna have here? Okay, two of the most popular saves for the map. Cumins for Corellius and Saracens for Silnir. And I will put him in the red and also speed up the Dark Age to see the Peltests destroy the wall. You can't have it filtered properly. And by that I have two meanings because I filtered out the sound of water passing through the filter so it doesn't appear on the microphone. Playing this map, we have learned that Saracens... Oh wait, a Slinger! Wait, did they get a Saracens bonus too? They do a +3 against buildings. Wait, you can go Slingers instead of Peltests? What is he shooting at? Oh wow, I didn't even know that. Do they attack faster? Is this better than a Peltast? Are they cheaper? Okay, so have all of the pros just missed out that Slingers break out faster than Peltasts? Have I ever missed something? Yeah, the Peltast is a better unit in battle, unless you're fighting infantry, which the Slingers are then better, because Peltasts should counter Slingers. So the other option for breaking out quickly is the Cumin Ram push, and we will now have a workshop and rams from Corellius. And maybe behind this you want to add scouts? And then you have scouts for fighting the potential Slingers? So there we have someone breaking out, we're gonna have rams, and the rams will break out soon. The rams are breaking out, and we'll have double bit axe on the way. So Silnir has come forward, taken the workshop, and is patrolling the walls, but will not see where the rams are attempting to break out. And there are a few Peltasts. I'm gonna run past that army. Palisade Gate goes up behind this. And Feudal Age now. Oh my gosh, it's captured. It's captured by the scout. It switches hands. And now I don't think there is a world where Corellius wins and holds on to this. But there is a world where he spends about 2 minutes hoovering with the scout and not letting it get captured back. Oh no, he runs away, he runs away. He doesn't go for the Hoover strategy, he runs. He runs away. The Feudal Age coming in now. And more villas could pop out of the TC soon. We could get a double TC build from the Cumins. Saracens player is up to Feudal, where this trade workshop becomes now even more efficient. And hello, Mangadai Enjoyer. Now here are the Peltasts. So now we'll see. We'll see how Peltast versus Slinger works. A lot of Peltasts being added in from Silnir now. Fletching on the way from Corellius. And the Cumin 1 TC boom in full effect without a second TC. And comparing the army sizes is more than twice the size of the HP bar. That's total HP of all units for red. Ah, Scout will go down, that'll help. And I think here Corellius has to hope, beyond all hope, that the Slingers are useless in the fight. And considering they have only one attack, I guess they will be next to useless in the fight. Some more army going through the gate.
Evet.
I've not found out yet if it can be deleted. No, that's a good question. Now these are from the Battle for Greece expansion. Mercenary Peltasts are basically an OP skirmisher. If you thought that skirmishers were the best unit in the game, wait until you see this guy, who does not have attack bonus versus Archer, but instead just has more Pierce attack, which, given the low Pierce armor of units at the start, is even better. Because it still has them damage the Peltasts, but also has them do more damage against other units, so it's still 3 damage. I think they have a bit more HP too. Because it does have only 20,000 hit points and it can be destroyed, I just don't know if it can be deleted. Because at some point you might capture and then delete it just to deny it from your opponent. I did not actually think about that though. I think I first thought of that idea while I was casting the finals of the Pro League. So thankfully it wasn't an issue in the tournament, but maybe going forward in the future we'll need to consider it. I don't think Sardis is in the base game. An Angry Chicken, thank you for the follow. Always love it when chickens follow, we bring them right to the TC. Oh, is it? Really? I have no idea what maps are or are not in the base game now. That water is almost finished being filtered. And it's still near up to the castle age. Please don't try to eat you though, or you're gonna get angry. Aren't you angry already? Isn't that part of the name?
Evet.
Naam.
Kulluk eder mi? Buyurunuz. Evet.
And now longswords for the Saracens. Fun fact, Saracens actually get a good swordsman line. They're Gambesons, so they're fully upgraded. I feel like longswords should die to Peltasts. So they're gonna have at most 4 pierce armor? Yeah, most 4 pierce armor there with Gambesons. And these things will have 8 attack, so they'll slaughter the longswords. Crank up the angriness. When pushed? What about when funneled? There is Bodkin. Done for Corellius. And a Minganel out, the longswords trying to push their way through the gate. And it will be successful as the mangonel tries to keep the peltasts away. Oh, look how quickly they destroy that gate, those Saracen peltasts. That Saracen's bonus is insane. They're very low on HP, so they don't want to fight the mangonel, and all the longswords did go down. And you have to be careful, Saracens are not a guaranteed win. But if you've kept the UnknownPlayer on 1 TC for so long, you must be feeling pretty good about yourself. Especially now that you have the workshop in the castle age, so even more resources. And you got 2 TCs booming up in your Vil count behind this. And castle in the middle as the longswords come forward. And another group of peltasts for Corellius. Might be a last-ditch attempt to take the middle, though. Skirm, even better, Turs. Peltasts. Peltasts, even better than skirms. That's horrifying, it's better than skirms. I'm telling you, Turs, next DLC, when they need ideas, we're gonna have a monk skirmisher that can pick up relics. And to balance it, they're just gonna nerf monks. No, that has a charge attack to regenerate HP for all units in an area around it. Okay, so Corellius doing what he can to run away. But this now will be a castle in the middle, securing the workshop. And ensuring that Silnir can shoot down that Vil. Tries to walk forward. We have Loom on the way.
Hey, wait.
It'll be a TC. As a ram push begins, but Mamluks are there. Mamluks do melee damage, so they can sit behind the castle, underneath the castle, and destroy the rams no problem, as well as the longswords in, with the ram push failing. There is at last the GG, as the Saracens once more win on Sardis. And in the words of doubt, great maps, aside from that Saracens map. Which is, yeah, it's sad, because I think that map has a lot of potential, but clearly, as the tournament went on, obviously it needs some more work. That's a 2-1 lead for Silnir there. And let me just do a quick ad between the games, and we'll get to the next one. I can grab some water. As game number 4 then will be on Todai G. Like just holding and let your opponent use all the resources just to delete it? Yeah, that would be pretty silly. All right. We shall put Silnir in the red to the north as the Sicilians, and then we'll have Corellius to the south as the Byzantines. Sicilians, Byzantines. Well, Byzantines are great for going fast into Treble Wonder. What are the Sicilians gonna do? I don't know. What is the Sicilian masterpiece plan we have here? Yeah, being able to save Saracens for the end was pretty OP. And maybe you just waste a civ early on to lose to Saracens if you need to. Oh, hello again, Miss Luna Rain. Hope you've been having a lovely evening. So Vill's heading out to the back for a mill and or foxes. Let's see if Corellius does the same. I did like that Celts play the other set where one player got behind the back of the Wonder and trebbed from atop the hill. That was pretty sick. Yeah, Sicilians. I don't know what Sicilians are going to be doing. What's over there? A cow. Hello, cow. Sit in the middle. There are 3 relics in the middle. Loom on the way. Loom. So maybe we see some forward vills for donjons. And I think that's exactly what we are going to be seeing. Forward vills? Where are they going? No, they're going to the Wonder. All right, the gates were just over here. I got excited. I thought they were going to walk forward for a moment. But alas, just finding a lumber camp spot. Or a mining camp spot, actually, on that stone. Beetle will come in from Corellius. And try to see anything happening here. 2 farms, nothing all that out of the ordinary. Gotta be careful about over-chopping these woodlines on this map. Siege Tower Castle Drop. That would be great. Siege Tower Castle Drop. Sicilians could do that. Or that would be absolutely sick. And here are some sergeants. Okay, so I see sergeants now. Where did they get trained? Wait, where did they come from? Oh, there's a donjon up here. That was not where I was expecting the donjon to be. But okay, sergeants. Wait, you could siege tower the sergeants and go donjons on the inside. And Corellius doesn't have anything in here to defend the Wonder. There's John Perkins. Now, to be fair, John Perkins almost did win a game against freaking Andy in Sudden Disaster. So he must be pretty well thought out on what he'll do for sudden death strats. Oh yeah, also Byzantines more HP, 6,327 compared to 5,800. I'd take an extra 527 HP on a Wonder. That feels pretty nice. So donjon for the sergeants. That'll be forward for them. And now I think this is like the douche strategies that we had early on. You donjon between the player and the Wonder, so they can't stop you from destroying the Wonder. Can you always? I mean, there is. I guess you probably can pretty consistently. Here's a gap in the wall by the road terrain and the rock terrain. The rock was added to prevent douches, and it goes right up to the wall to prevent tower hops. But doesn't seem like it prevents donjons or forward towers. I don't know if it's consistent or not, but here is another part of the donjon rush, going for the woodline, forcing a defensive tower. Forcing Corellius to invest into towers to defend this, potentially slowing down a defense. And now, I think someone who suggested a siege tower, you're right. If Silnir ever could get to the Castle Age and hop over with a siege tower, the Wonder would be dead. But oh, look at that. Up to the Castle Age is 6,854 HP. That's an extra 1,054 HP on the Wonder. Byzantines just do Byzantine things. No, you can always you can never jump through 2 consecutive wall tiles. You can always jump through a wall and something that's not a wall. That's how it's always been. The sergeant's trying to break through. And I guess the downside of the sergeant rush is the long time it'll take you to go up. But 8 farms around the TC. Sicilian farms with horse collar. Oh, those farms have so much food on them. Look at that. Maybe those farms need to be around the mill, but there we go. 11 farmers, then Castle Age won't be too far off at this point. Market, sell the stone, buy your way up, and I think Silnir has basically won the game, honestly. Maybe the only downside would be if Redemption Monks converted Donjon. Is that possible? Can Donjons be converted? They don't cover each other. So that could be a thing. Redemption Monks converting the Donjons. And then presumably you can train pikes or the spear line from them, but not sergeants. And of course, in the feudal age, there is no access to devotion. That is a castle age tech. So the monks should be pretty effective here. And maybe the best option is to finish the donjon and hop inside of it. Maybe the option would have been to run because foundations can't be converted. And that's 4 sergeants that now belonging to blue. Byzantine sergeants. Attacking the donjon. On hyper random you can't? I actually don't know. So here we have Castle Age on the way for Silnir, but maybe losing the Siege Tower opportunity thanks to those conversions. What, so how did the Scout get in here? Hello, Scout. This is about to be overchopped. Looks like this will be rewalled with the market. So in terms of total res collected, much better for the player who stayed feudal. And the sergeants have destroyed the donjon enough that the monks can come forward. These are Byzantine monks. They heal each other very quickly. And okay, they need to heal to make sure the weak monk doesn't die. There they go. Look at how fast they heal. And now... Ooh. Now I'm kind of worried about this. That's a lot of Byzantine monks. Those sergeants probably need to be in that donjon. Maybe the donjon. See, now fletching is there. They'll help keep the monks away. But with all those monks, no way to get a Vil forward for siege. Maybe we just need the siege tower from home with Vils inside of it? Or even just with sergeants inside of it. Siege tower from home, hope the monks don't have redemption. And even if they do, they have to be adjacent to convert them now. Relics being collected from the middle. That'll be 1, 2, 3 relics. You do also have a relic by the Wonder, but this one is cut off for the moment by the sergeants. Trying to get a monk on the inside could be nice, because then the sergeants could be converted. Do they get a buff now that Red is Castle Age? They shouldn't. Yeah, no they don't. They're not going to get the upgrades that another player gets. Or even that they themselves receive. Once a unit is converted, no longer gets upgrades. Aside from very rare circumstances. Ooh, and is there devotion? There's no devotion. Oh, the sergeants need to regroup. They're getting converted. They're blocking each other. It's more conversions now. And time for a Byzantine Imperial Age. Time for a Byzantine Imperial Age. They just need to be buildings. There's a university. And the sergeants now will destroy the donjon. Silnir never was able to get in. And now it's time for a mining camp in stone for the Byzantines. Yeah, there was that bug, the delete loomer, where the converted onagers would be downgraded when you researched other techs. That was weird. And very silly, but also weird. Monk wants a conversion. And gets it. Imp on the way, and I think Aurelius has won this game. Look at that stockpile of resources after having clicked Imp. I think it's time the Byzantines can yellow up a castle and get trebbing forward. And that cow still there. Is the cow? Oh, the cow is trapped. Cow is trapped. Let me send a bug report then. To my admins. There we go. See if someone can fix that. Oh, the sergeants are still here. Bowsaw armor on the way. Good for the cow, bad for the admins. Well, they now have a fresh bug report now that the tournament's over. I know I love receiving those. And 12 vills forward, stone for a castle, time for the Byzantines to Byzantine. Let's see, they do treadmill crane. Now, Byzantines have treadmill crane. Maybe they shouldn't have treadmill crane with how amazing their castles are. Rapture loves changing this map. He did make it look rather pretty. These trees do kind of block the gates, though. So, sergeants here. Ville's got to the inside. They'll do a tower, and that'll keep the sergeants off the walls. There's Imp, and there's a castle, and I think we're just going to see Trebs and a destroyed Todaiji Wonder over here. Not much more to it than that, I'd say. Yeah, someone said this the other day, the map is too pretty compared to the IRL version. And we'll wait for the trebs to start popping. There we go. And on this map, once the trebs are popping, the Todaijis are dropping. Played this map for a $100 show match. I think there's a lot of meta. I think there is too. I think it's a really interesting map. I like the concept of sudden death, but the thing you have to defend is away from your base. We just learned douches are very strong. Those trees should probably also be away from walls too. Just in case we use this again, gotta make sure all the bugs are sorted out for next time. So Desperation Repairs from Silnir, who is up by 25 vills, but Byzantines will Byzantine. And he is making a desperate attempt for petards. Now, oh, there's the question. Do you petard the city walls and go for the wonder yourself with sergeants? Or do you petard the gates and try to destroy the trebs? More trebs on the way. Lots of monks here. Oh gosh, 13 monks. They have imp upgrades. Yes, they have block printing. That's the important one, block printing. You think petard aggressively? I don't think you destroy it fast enough if you petard aggressively, though. I think you gotta petard defensively here, weirdly enough. That wonder's almost down. And there he goes, there he goes. Petards on the gate. It's a Byzantine gate, though. You need more petards. Oh, I need another petard. Oh, there he has it, though. He has it. Castle needs to shoot it down. Castle needs to shoot it down. And the trebs will go down. Oh my gosh, this is so close. So close. 4 trebs. Shots coming in. A treb goes down. Gets down under 300 HP. The sergeants need to destroy the trebs. Another treb goes down. The Wonder just barely staying alive. Another treb goes down. The trebs keep being created. The Wonder is being repaired. But the sergeants are all killed and 3 trebs remain. 3 trebs remain. The crossbows couldn't get under the castle. Maybe a petard could have gotten in there. The fire is not on the Wonder. It must be using the Civ's fire placements instead of the Wonder's fire placements. And the repairers are out repairing the trebs right now, but the trebs are again gated inside. Byzantines need fortified wall, I guess. And out of stone, out of repairs, and out of time. And their series is tied 2-2. That almost worked. That almost worked. A couple more sergeants. Good thing that Corellius had enough treb production. Maybe a couple of those trebs needed to be trained outside the castle to shoot it down from afar. So 32 to 30 KD. Gotta remember the Byzantine walls. You need more than 2 petards. They have more HP. I think the walls might still take 2, but the gates need 3. Anyway, needed more there. And that ties it 2-2. Alright, so pretty competitive final so far. Players pulling out strats on each of the maps. That'll bring us to Game 5 on Treasure Beach. And our best of 5 has become a best of 3. Rise uphill, yes. I mean, you could chop through the trees a bit, but from the outside, you'll be trebbing uphill towards the Wonder. Wonderful game. That's a good one. It's a wonderful map. Oof. As we head into game number 6, it'll be Treasure Beach. Pro meta was usually dock, and from what I'd seen, dock the outside once they realized how to avoid the crocodiles. My favorite game was when someone went for a forward dock, though, and then you had war galleys to hit the TC. That was pretty cool. And meta for pros was usually lower the borders, all 4 of them Rage Force style. And yep, outside dock for Cylinder. And this is what I would see from most of the pros. Dock the outside, because then you have a few shorefish, and you leave the fish on the inside that you can honestly long distance take them from the TC if you want to, or you could mill them. You gotta mill somewhere anyway. And yeah, no one taking those boars. No one taking those boars yet. These players are not risking a long boar lure. And not even taking the boars, just milling the shorefish, going for some militia. And I'll probably see a men-at-arms push. And we'll get the scout. We did see several games where players lost at least 2 vills to Crocodile. We had a GG from Deduzu, He lost a vill to a crocodile while trying to dock. At the same time, he lost a vill to a boar while trying to deal with it. And then Kambito lost 2 or 3 vills to Gaia. And then Andy managed to win a game where he lost 2 vills to crocodiles trying to dock. But it, maybe that's the meta, lose your vills. Can't even lure one boar. And these are... I'd expect AoE 2 players to be able to lure 3 boars in no problem most of the time. At this level, mid-1500s. Those scouts might get in. Vill has to go and wall behind that. Let's see if that happens in time. Gate goes up just in time. Oh, but goes down right away to the men-at-arms. The faster attacking Japanese men-at-arms, they're getting in. They're getting in. That Dravidian gate stood no chance. So the Dravidians, of course, probably do want to dock more than anyone because it counts as a house, and you save a bit of wood anyway. That Vill's got nowhere to go. Has to delete some walls. Scout trying to block. Yeah, well, I don't know what that pathing was. Thanks, Nilly. And the Vill goes down, so that's 2 dead Vills to men-at-arms. This is what we saw a lot in the pro matches on this map. Men-at-arms. Killing Vills, and if you don't have the Vills protected, then it can be GG right there. Here, Silnir probably has enough Vills and didn't lose enough that he's okay. And the fact that he has the fishing ships working helps make up for that, so he doesn't need to take gold as early. But now with the range, he's going to make a skirm, and we'll have to transition to archers somehow. Did manage to capture both groups of fences. Not that the fence does anything, it's only 1 HP. Huff and you puff and you blow the fence down. But at least you have vision out there. Fence does give you a good 3 or so tiles of vision. And you'll know if your opponent wants to take the boars or the hunt. So men-at-arms hoovering, but despite the damage, a lot of idle TC time actually puts Silnir ahead. And maybe the problem is running out of shorefish? And not having a transition to farms fast enough. We see 10 Vills on the berries. So maybe that idle TC caught Corellius by surprise. But the men-at-arms still applying a lot of pressure. This has been an aggressive range follow-up to the men-at-arms. Oh, we'll have men-at-arms in defense from Silnir. Men-at-arms versus men-at-arms, let's go. These will be Dravidian skirms too, that are just about to get fletching. Can't wall the border. You can, but the Japanese men-at-arms got in too quickly. Was going for the walls, but didn't have them in time. Maybe you need to debate the archers just a few steps forward, then pop out with the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms and archers now have the same speed these days. Risky farms where the gate was breached, but if you're going to surround your whole TC, then I guess you don't have many options for where to put them. 1 men-at-arms will hoover around the back, and we'll have a fire galley here for Silnir. And Silnir can sail around to the back and get ready to disrupt anything that might be out there. As the skirms come around by the outpost, and the archers walk around the outside. Let's see if they're able to get in anywhere.
சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம்
Bunch of farms up all over the place. And thank you, Alarnis, for the follow. Thank you very much. So we're working on getting to 15k followers. We're very close, very close. Slowly but surely making our way there. So here come the archers. They're going to find the boars are not taken. But they'll find no vills out there. You're not vulnerable if you don't go to take the hunt. As sad as it is not to take the hunt. There's Castle Age on the way first for Corellius. But lots of idle time. Has made it 37 to 38 vills and then 4 fishing ships. Oysters look like they collect fairly slowly, but hey, it is still a gold trickle. Need fewer vills on gold at a mining camp means more for the rest of your economy. And archer range here will be denied. Second range, there are some archers already stored up inside this first range. And some archers hoovering around that might make a break for the sea tower. I was trying to catch them out of position. But the tower will help keep them safe. Yeah, the fences don't change possession. Corellius just never went out there. Was searching to see, was hoping that Silnir would have some vills there he could kill, but found nothing. Silnir had naught but fences in the area, and Quickwall not in time. There probably needed to be a couple of palisades there instead of a house. Might have gotten it up. Oop, and Crocodile going for a villager. Vill has a loom though. That Vill chased by the men-at-arms will go down. Vill fighting a Crocodile while this battle's going on. Oh, and then back to chopping right away. No break for him. Castle Age Bakken on the way. And crossbow there. Castle Age just clicked for Silnir, and he'll have a bit of time. He might need to get back and worry about crossbows that could come forward. Maybe an opportunity to add TCs, and that is exactly what Corellius is going to do as he attracts the attention of yet another crocodile. The Vills have to fight off. Crossbows on hill moving forward, killing some skirms. Killing quite a few skirms. A few archers. Man-at-arms goes down. Or gets forced away. What are those areas in the east and west? Those are the hunt areas that Silnir now will take. They are Gaia fences. They have 1 HP that you can capture. And it looks like Silnir ended up just capturing both of them. Now we'll hunt as the Dravidians. Not taking the one on the east, just on the west. We'll have another TC up for Corellius. As the TC for Silnir will be back on the gold area. So just like we have the corresponding TC on the other side of the map for the other player. Crocodile again gonna chase Vills. Well, Vills should be able to fight that off. Oh, look at all the Vills go. Look at them go. Vills can accomplish great things when they work together like that. And not let their friends die. And oh, won't be on gold. We'll be on wood. Guess that's a bit better. Close enough to gold anyway. You can mind that if you really want to. Oh, some crossbows about to break in over here. Elite Skirm and Bodkin on the way, though. And if they break in, we'll face the Elite Skirms. That means they have to turn around immediately. Alright. Alright, TC. 2 TCs to 3. As the Skirms chase. And I think we've entered the booming phase of the game. TC will destroy a fire. It's getting a bit late for me. I'm just going to maybe speed up a tiny bit as we're just booming. Not much is going on while we boom and crocodiles try to bite Vills. Out here. Very late to be out here, but also happy not to be scouted at this point. Crossbows will just come back. And we're in full boom mode now. Full boom mode. Second time we've seen this on this map today. Usually in the pro leagues, I think things were a bit more aggressive. But we've kind of gotten to booms there. Oh, we have a longsword. Why do we have a longsword? Why do we have a single longsword and gambesons on the way? So that's what we're going to be booming into, longswords and elephant archers. Okay, gotta love the elephant archers. Expensive for the castle age. Maybe a bit surprising to see that instead of just booming to imp. Crossbows be able to do anything? Longsword raids here and there? What is that archer doing? Those spin moves. Crossbows want to break in, but there are nice house walls all over the place there. They won't really have an opportunity to do so. Longsword's doing some scouting. Okay, they'll try to break in through the gate, but not sure what damage they can do, since there is a TC here and even an opportunity to wall behind. Another set of stone walls might be prudent there for a Silnir. Although another option, if you trust the HP on the gate, would just be to bring the skirms over. But no longer will they be pinned in that area. Fishing ships sail around. They'll be picked off. Those farms are not safe. Those farms are not safe. Corellia's doing a great job to pick them off when they're at 1 HP. Oof. And the timing here for Silnir is not set up properly. I think that needed to be a couple tiles of wall here, and then you trap from behind. But now that you don't have the walls up, unless you have a demo. Where's the demo? Where's the demo? Okay, no demo. I mean, you're losing a couple of vills here, but I mean, all in all, you want to clear the crossbows, right? And that's Corellia's getting in a bit too deep, regardless of the setup. So maybe a bit sloppy losing a few vills, but TC will wall them briefly. Has to be careful not to lose vills there. To wall them in. Yeah, this is one of the differences between 1500 and 2k level. Those crossbows would have been walled in. And not gotten that far, not done that much damage. So Corellia's had an army that was essentially dead, but still managed to get a tiny bit of value out of it. And nicely done from him. Well, Silnir might want to repair that wall, because it is a pretty good wall to have. Still some water control on the outside. And not ready to push with his army. Squire's on the way, handcart there for Corellius. 10-vil lead for Corellius, but Silnir is still up in army. We'll have up elephant archers. Elephant archers getting in the back of the back looking for a raid. That's 4 TCs to 3, so Corellius might pull ahead and res collected eventually if not pressured, but the pressure is nice. Pressure is nice. Yeah, killing vills and delaying the TC. Some really good value from that army. I think there was just... It felt like the right play from Silnir, but maybe not quite the right reaction of how to trap the army and the execution. But, I mean, good idea of trapping it with skirms when it had nowhere to go, but part of that's making sure it has nowhere to go. Now, however, elephant archers all over the place. This might be enough to win the game. How do you stop 47 military to 9? When some of that military consists of elephant archer. It's a few hundred more res collected so far. And this is the Japanese. They don't have the Dravidian skirms. Few skirms here to deal with the elephants, so they're idling a lot of farms, causing some mayhem in this economy. Look at the idle TC time that has just grown for Corellius. Monk defense for elephants. Not only lasts so long against Dravidian skirms, though, who can go forward and pick off the monks. Longsword getting converted. And we'll have another range going up. He's forced away from the TC at the top. And the War Galley going for vills at the bottom. And hello, British Caboose. And we're kind of stalling out a bit. And Corellia's still up to Imp first, with more vills. And they're just about caught up in res collected. And 32 military to 53 now. Pumping out skirms of all things. Now, dare I say it, but Silnir needs to avoid having what would be termed single-minded avoidance of Dravidian skirms. When he sees skirms. Been lurking, recovering from a horrific sinus headache. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. I had a headache earlier today from lack of coffee. But then I drank coffee and now I'm feeling better. Longswords pushing in. Longswords can go for the sea tower. They're his favorite unit. I feel like I remember him doing those in Civ Builder. Doing them in Civ Builder. Longsword on the way, and then Imperial Age on the way. 55 HP, a tenth the HP left on the sea tower. And there's Corellius up to Imp. There's the Imperial Age on the way. Longsword's still raiding. Looking at the eco, starting to pull ahead for Corellius despite the longsword raids. There's Bracer Thumbring. Holding the hill in the middle should be sick for Silnir. Relic there you can grab. Actually, whoa, that relic is causing a traffic jam, isn't it? Oh no, Nilly. Nilly, what's going on there? Oh no. The relic traffic jam. There's a skirmisher fight on the front. Skirmishers fighting longswords. I think Silnir is able to take a good push with the longswords. Hello, sentient sloths. Yes, skirms. Oh, there we go. Traffic averted. Yeah, they'll walk around. I want to see that sea tower destroyed. Oh, the longsword almost did it. I guess we're going to have to see two-handed swordsman as soon as Silnir gets up. I think the push won't be stopped. Can you do something with the XP from the YouTube chat? I have no idea. I actually found that kind of annoying when I was in other chats, so I turned it off. And I'm noticing now that when I turned it off, it means I don't actually see who in my chat has the XP. So I don't think I can actually turn it off for everyone. Which I'd like to do, just because I think it's kind of spammy. You can turn it off in your personalized settings if you're like me and you think it's annoying. So Imp on the way now for Silnir. Now OP or Skirm's best unit in the game. Best unit in the game. And with Bracer, they're going to beat longswords. Although now we can have two-handed swordsmen and the armor. And with those, then these units will be better against Skirms again. They do have Gambesons, at least. So for now, that'll be, what's that, 4 plus 2, bringing them to 6 pierce armor. And that'll be 1 damage from the Skirms. I really need to pick up the relic to avert the traffic disaster, though. Oh man, that tower being at 55 HP is irking me to no end. It's probably done a whole bunch of damage. Elephants cleared the TC, and there are red dots everywhere in Corellius' eco. 112 vills with 33 idols. And the two-handed swordsmen, there are barracks to the left of them, barracks to the right of them. And, oh wait, champion on the way though, Japanese champion. I don't think there'll be enough. We don't have Woot Steel in yet, no. We're ignoring armor. Don't know if Japanese faster attacking or ignoring armor is better. I mean, ignoring armor looks like it'll be an extra 4 points of damage. That feels like it's probably better. A skirm that throws skirms. So all that would do, though, is exponentially increase your population limit, right? And then I guess you could cause traffic jams with them, and you'd have free population. Maybe your opponent could never actually kill all of them at once to end the game. But I think Silnir has killed everything all at once to end the game here, as he now has a 20 vil lead. He's idled 45 out of 90 villagers. Half the economy's idled, the rest of them are dying. 4 galleys on the outside. And I think Silnir is going to pull ahead here in game 5. You can use the the XP on YouTube to be first. That's true. I really don't like gamifying the chat in that way. That's why I turn off channel points on Twitch. If you enjoy the stream, I'm glad to have you watching, but I don't want you watching just to get some fake internet points. I don't think that's a particularly healthy way for me to run things. And red dots everywhere inside the blue eco, flashing white on the minimap. Not a single vill is safe. Crossbows, champions, hand cannoneers, you name it, cannot stop the flood of Dravidian champions. And elephant archers. Oh my gosh, look at that. The champions are trapped in the clearing with the barracks on one side and the forest surrounding them. Oh no. We'll have to gamble with them. That's an extra important reason why we don't have them, because we, more than not encouraging gambling, we discourage gambling. Unless you're one of those very, very few people who have invested time into making a very complicated sports betting model that you can overcome the house advantage to have positive expectation on your on your bets, you should not be participating in gambling. Unless you're in a situation like that. Hello, Brizlin. Then Twitch chat points? Not really. So, here we have a 3-2 lead for Silnir, and that was a win on Treasure Beach. So, he does have the advantage heading into game number 6, but the 2 remaining maps are his opponent's home maps. Happy early Thanksgiving. Happy early Thanksgiving to you too. Cabbages are hugely inflated. Hasn't there been like a ton of inflation of everything in RuneScape ever since they introduced bonds? I haven't played RuneScape in years. Well, one day I do want to try out. Maybe we'll do like a community event. We'll play some old school RuneScape. Is it riveting to have some parlay on who is more fishing ships by the end of the game? I don't think so. Everyone has like 10 to the 10th? That's a huge number. I don't think everyone has that many. Unless you name your coin like 1,000 cabbages and each channel point is worth 1,000 cabbages. I played RuneScape in 2006. I played before they introduced the Grand Exchange, and the Grand Exchange is still new to me. My experience was reading forums to try to organize trades. So, Wei and Romans. Interesting. Xianbei Raiders versus Scorpions potentially. Lots of foxes and hares and wolves in the middle, but no Vil fight this game. Both players at home. This is game number 6, so a win for Silnir wins the series. A win for Carillius, forces the game 7. And we'll have a house and a palisade going up as the cow comes back. And nothing happening in the Dark Age, no real action there, just walling up. Everyone walling the middle, walling their own side. Carillius starting to wall the sides. So on this map, I've seen a whole bunch of different approaches. I've seen aggressive Vil fights, I've seen men-at-arms, and I've seen fast castles. And here it looks like we will get men-at-arms from Silnir with a fast castle from Carillius. So we'll be walled up, you have to be wary of the outpost providing vision. But if you attack the fortified palisade wall in just the right spot, you actually can get in without being spotted, potentially, unless the scout spots you. Here come the men-at-arms. And looks like they'll just make a beeline for the outpost, though. I think if you're uphill attacking the house, that's the fastest way to break in, since it has negative melee armor. And immediately an entire village is sent to repair the house. Double armor coming in for the Romans, as the men-at-arms whack and hack and slash their way through that house. Why you wall in front of the elevation instead of behind it? That's a good point, because then at least they'd be on level ground and you'd be able to repair much more easily. Here they'll have the hill advantage. And even if you keep the house up, that's maybe an extra bill you have to pull or more wood that you're spending. And the range goes up for Carillius as Silnir keeps pushing through, but I don't see much of a follow-up, just one archer, but no forward range, no aggressive towers here. Just a range at home with some walls at home. Walling at home to support the pressure. Yeah, that's his YouTube chat was on slow mode. Yeah, that's the thing. Some people stream on Twitch with slow mode. I've always felt that kind of destroys the experience, even if it is like a 5-second slow mode. It just feels restrictive, even when it's not. So skirms coming forward and house walls behind the house. The advantage of these... Oh, there's a wolf! There's a wolf! The advantage of these walls will be they won't be facing the hill disadvantage. Maybe this one from the side slightly. Watch on YouTube. That's what some people do. They watch on YouTube, then put it on 1.5 speed or 2 speed to catch up. The outpost will be destroyed, just like the William Wallace campaign would teach you to do. And Carillius is a bit on the back foot, and if he wanted to go straight for a fast castle, he won't be able to. As the house is down and the army is in. And Silnir now is pushing, looking to win. A couple of weak vills on the forward farms. Might be a risk of some whacks from the men-at-arms. I can go and try to start attacking the house, see if there's a way they can break in. And with the skirms there to provide cover, not much opportunity to re-wall. Stone is there, but the tower already went up to stop the men-at-arms from breaking through onto the berries. And I almost feel like we need 5 vills to mine stone so we can get up a panic tower over here and make sure that this part of the base is protected. Because this is looking pretty scary now. Scout goes down, but 5 men-at-arms are forward. And they do have armor. They have the Roman armor. Some quick houses going up. But houses so far have not been able to stop this push. Castle Age on the way, though. And if Castle Age comes in, maybe Corellius could do a quick monastery for conversions, a quick workshop for scorpions or mangonels. Maybe even just start making Shenbei raiders. But a Castle Age unit has to come in. No repairs on the house right now, and the lack of that second tower is scaring me. Here's a house behind this, attempted the walls, trying to go up, somewhat up. Few archers coming over, but skirms can deal with them. The entire village now being sent to raise the tower, as the men-at-arms and skirms are in. They can't quite get there as the vills are body blocking. Will that tower go up in time? The men-at-arms have a couple more vills to kill. There are so many vills they can't decide which ones to hit. Men-at-arms, okay, the tower is up, but the towers do not actually cover each other. So if the men-at-arms were to get in, they could rush the base of the tower. And they are in. I think they just need to go for it. It's not walled. Archers on the outside. But these are Roman men-at-arms with armor. And they're gonna fight some vills and try to kill some vills. There is a kill. You're gonna be 2 more dead vills. You're pretty low on HP. 5 in the tower. Will this be clean? The men-at-arms are getting a lot of kills. That's 5-0 eco kills already. And behind this, Silnir is able to click up. Able to click up as the vills keep going down. And the men-at-arms are cleaned, but at great cost as 7 vills are dead. And a low HP vill could be picked off by a skirm. That's 7 more javelins, though. What kills faster, the skirm or the tower? I think the tower. Yeah, no micro there. No micro there. There we go. What time is it? It is just about 10 p.m. So if this is the last game, this is actually ending at a great time for me to sleep. I need to decide if I'm going to cast Thalassocracy tomorrow or not. Because I'm really not all that interested in Thalassocracy. And I think literally everyone will be casting that, so I don't know if anyone's going to watch. I might just cast maybe over the weekend. And there's Silnir up to the Castle Age, and that has been absolutely no advantage of the Castle Age timing for Corellius. No advantage whatsoever. I'm going to add in a stable. But so far, no army, just the scout left. That's long swordsman, bowsaw, heavy plow, wheelbarrow on the way. Ooh! How many games have we seen long swordsman in these community sets so far? Everyone loves the long swordsman these days. Second TC for both. So wheelbarrow will come in. That's why the vill difference doesn't look as big as it really is. I mean, it's looking like this is the last game after that damage. I have 7 wrecks, so I don't actually know if this is the last or not. But it's looking pretty good looking at that score. Yeah, Roman longswords with full upgrades. Look at their pierce armor. They have 5 pierce armor. They can tank TC fire. And Shenbei Raiders on the way. I don't know if you want to just run in like this, but no fletching. Why not? You'll take 1 damage. And go destroy the tower probably. Okay, yeah, the Roman longswords are not going to care about arrow fire. If Bodkin were here on the towers in the TC, that'd be one thing. Oh, and this is looking pretty bad. It's 11 vills dead so far. Farms being thrown up underneath the longswords. They could one-hit them now. And getting in on the wood line. A couple more vills there. 13 vill kills. 14, 15 vill kills. 17 vill kills. And a couple on very low HP. Yeah, I think this is looking, maybe it's not over, but it's looking really good. Looking really good. Yeah, now just need a vill forward with siege. Can they get Gambesons? They can't do Gambesons. They can't do Gambesons. That would be insane if they could do Gambesons. Wouldn't have needed it there anyway without Fletching and Bodkin. But you really do want to get up to 7 attack, because that way you're at least doing 2 damage. But now even Fletching doesn't increase the DPS. You need Fletching and Bodkin, and those together are still pretty expensive. I don't think you Night Nurse nerd for the follow. I'll see if maybe there's some impressive Shinbei Raider action that can happen. That's now a 10-vil lead with all those kills, and look at that. 5,000 more resources collected. Oh, remember, Roman economy behind this. Roman economy behind this. And the way do not have extra vils despite their eco upgrades. But yeah, a workshop and some mangonels would be great. What I think Silnir is, it's just about not throwing now. Just about not throwing, making sure you have your boom stabilized while pushing. The last thing you want is to get in a position where there are 20 Shinbei Raiders and you have neither Elite Skirm nor Scorpions backing you up. Because then you can't take the fight. But here the number is almost threatening, but not quite there yet. And there is Fletching, but still the arrow fire is 1 damage to the longswords. And even to the pikes, they don't have any base pierce armor, right? Well, they still have 4, so they'll just take 2 damage instead of 3. Even more vills going down. Even more vills going... Oh, some Cav Archers on the outside. Cav Archers on the outside. Hello. Where'd you guys come from? I guess from the outside would be the obvious answer. But they're getting on the wood line, idling the vills that aren't dead, and 25 vills are dead. 29 vills are dead. And Elite Skirm on the way. So now it's 72 to 42 vills, and this is looking even better as we have some forward barracks and more longswords. Longsword Elite Skirm. The Dravidians and Romans for finals. Is he a longsword connoisseur? Everyone CA? Well, they did attack over the wood line. Look at those idled vills. Udkin on the way. Swords and skirms. So ballistics on the way for a Silnir. Longswords, where are they going? They're gonna close the distance. Double kill on the Shinbei Raiders. At some point I'd love to see them clear a tower, but they're happy to kill more vills. 32 vills killed. 32-0 eco KD. Overall KD, good for Corellius. Now we're getting to the point where the Shinbei Raider numbers are starting to climb, and maybe they can deal with the longswords. They do have now Bodkin. So Bodkin makes the raids more risky than they were in the past. Battering ram and longsword time though. And you can even start battering ramming through the fortified palisade walls just to create an opening. Swords and skirms and Ellie archers, that has been the playstyle today from Silnir. Is a better money per view? Honestly, it doesn't matter. I try to minimize the number of ads I play on Twitch anyway, and I don't play them on YouTube because I don't want people getting all the sports betting ads. So, if you want to like the video, that helps support on YouTube. Otherwise, if you have Amazon Prime and you want to use your Prime sub, that's a great way of helping out too on Twitch. I guess if you're going to do like a sub or a membership, YouTube is better because I get a better revenue split there. But if you're just watching, it really doesn't matter, whatever's better for you. I'm a programmer. I've been able to do some freelance work recently, so I can schedule streaming around that. Oh, look at that skirm doing a dance. Look at that skirm. Oh, that skirm. Look at that. Is that what Nilly looks like on the dance floor? Look at it go. YouTube is loud compared to Twitch, really. Well, it's the same video sent to both on my end. So maybe there are platform-specific differences. Oh, the longsword, this is amazing. The longswords keep pouring in. Pouring in, Ram goes for the TC, longswords are everywhere, longswords in the eco. 42-0 eco KD. Oh, the Vills have chopped a path for the Cav archers. It's got some great moves. Looks like he was on some stuff though. Yeah, that is that's one of those don't try it at home dances. Fortnite's got nothing on AoE 2 unit pathing dances. And here we go, 104 kills will cement the victory for Silnir as he has almost twice the economy, just like the Romans get twice the armor. And was up to Castle Age a good 90 seconds behind, but that didn't matter. Long swords, OP. Didn't even need a siege tower for the long swords, they were OP by themselves. And we'll give him on the scoreboard a win 4-2. Winning on Vilchins. So congrats to both these players for making it to the finals. And we have 2 more community sets left to cast. I don't know when I'm going to get to them. I might do them in the evenings after Thalassocracy. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving in the US, so I probably won't be on tomorrow night. I don't know when what I'm going to cast tomorrow, or if I'm going to cast. No, Otter's on YouTube too. It's just Otter-specific preferences? Okay. Merry Thanksgiving. So everyone remember, when you have your turkeys, don't let them get lamed. And we'll end the stream here. Took about 4 hours, so it's like 2 hours per set. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and thanks again to everyone who played in the community leagues. This is the end. You'll have to go see the Pacifist series again. I'll see you all later.